Good morning, councillors. Please take your seats and make sure your mobile devices are switched to silent. I declare the ordinary meeting of Kempsey Shire Council for the 17th of February 2026 open. Welcome to everyone. Council meetings are open to the public and live streamed so that our community can observe council in its decision-making process. I remind everyone that this meeting is being live streamed, and by being present in the chambers, your image and voice may be recorded and broadcast publicly. Any recordings will remain on council's website for at least 12 months. Any other form of recording requires prior permission. In the chambers today, we have Councillor Noel Selby.
Morning.
Councillor Alexandra Wyatt.
Good morning.
Councillor Dean Saul.
Good morning, everyone.
Councillor Adam Matchett.
Good morning.
Councillor Ben Pakes.
Morning, all.
Councillor Julie Coburn.
Good morning.
Lawrence.
Good morning, all.
And Councillor Arthur Bain.
Yeah, right.
Staff Andrew Medal.
Good morning.
Mr. Daniel Thorogood.
Good morning.
Mr. Wesley Trotter.
Good morning.
Mr. Philip Hood.
Morning.
Ms. Vicky Thomas.
Good morning.
And Mrs. Talia Webster.
Good morning.
Welcome, councillors, the Chief Executive, council staff and members of the public in the gallery and those watching along via our live stream. Thank you all for being part of today's meeting and for your continued interest in the work of council. This is the first meeting under the updated Code of Meeting Practice, so a few changes in there. I remind all councillors that debate will be conducted in accordance with the code. I ask that all remarks be directed through the chair and confined to the matter before us, and that questions are direct, succinct and without argument. I now move to our opening prayer, that'll be read by Councillor Saul.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It's from the Lord's Prayer. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, on earth as is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. Amen.
Councillor Saul. I now move to the acknowledgement of country, read by Councillor Matchett.
Kempsey Shire Council acknowledges the land of the Dunghutti Nation. We pay respect to elders past, present and those emerging. We acknowledge stolen generations and the need for practices to be inclusive. This land always was and always will be Dunghutti land.
Thank you, Councillor Matchett. The acknowledgement of servicemen, women and their families, Councillor Bain.
Council acknowledges servicemen, servicewomen and their families from the frontier wars, South Africa, Gallipoli and Kokoda, from Long Tan to Uruzgan and all other confluents. Thank you for your service.
Thank you, Councillor Bain. We now move to apologies and applications for a leave of absence. There are none. We now move to confirmation of minutes from the ordinary meeting held on the 16th of December 2025. Do I have a mover? Councillor Pakes, seconded Councillor Bain. Is there any dissent? There is one dissent, is carried. We now move to item 6, which is disclosures of interest. I now call for any conflicts. Councillor Pakes.
Yeah, mine's in 11.3 off Range Road of a casual social relationship with the proprietors, and 11.4 the Kempsey Sporting Club. I've donated machine hire for rectification of some of their previous activities.
Thank you, Councillor. Are there any other disclosures or conflicts? I hear none. We'll now move to item 7, which is the order of business. The purpose of this item is to formally fix the general order of business for today's meeting in accordance with the Code of Meeting Practice. Is there any discussion in relation to the order as published in the business paper? If there is none, do I have a mover? Councillor Bain, seconded Councillor Selby. Is there any dissent? There is no dissent. The motion is carried, which is now items passed by exception. As you'll notice in today's business paper, all items are in the block, so councillors may decide which items they wish to remove, and all that remain will be in the block that vote on. Councillors, what items would you like to discuss today? Councillor Pakes?
11.2, please, can be removed.
Yep. Would councillors like anything else removed?
Yes, please. 1 and 5, 11.1 and 11.5, and a question on 11.4, please.
Yep. Are there any other items to remove, Councillor?
Yeah, not that I want to vote against them, but I think it's worth discussing the 11.6 organisational values.
Yes, Sabine, I agree there. If there's no other items that councillors want to remove, I will now take questions on the other items before we move the block. Councillor Wyatt.
Thank you. Just on 10.4,
Yep.
I note that the DA, we had a presentation yesterday, DA was on public exhibition, community consultation occurred with...
11.4.
Huh? Oh,
About it
sorry.
being.
10.4.
Did I?
You did, but I knew what you
Oh,
meant.
sorry. Yeah, sorry. Okay. Just 2 questions. Is what method was used to surround notifying residents? And the second, that include the airport users group, business and community groups at the airport development proposal.
Take that question on notice.
Do you have a further question?
Oh, I do. So you're not sure whether the airport users group, the businesses at the airport, SCAG, are happy with the development? They've been really contentious in the past. We don't want to go down that path again.
So no, what I'm saying is I'm not in a position to answer that question. We have a new director, second day in the role. The acting director, who would have been across the council at the parliamentary inquiry this morning in Tory, so I don't have anyone here with that.
Sorry, through you, Madam Mayor. Some of the facts that were alluded to by Mr. Walker last night would be subject to the grant of the lease or licence that also needs to take place over the airport for this activity to take place, and there will certainly be stakeholder engagement as part of the grant of that lease or licence.
Okay. No worries.
Thank you, Councillor Wyatt. Are there further questions on items that are in the block?
Yeah, 11.4, the Kempsey Sporting Club. Sorry, the Kempsey Sporting Car Club. The speaker last night referred to specifically refuelling. Now, I read the information we got that refuelling was not to occur on site, so that was covered off. I believe so I'm just confirming that's the case.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I have the same information you have, which suggests that's the case. Yes.
And the other one was firefighting services of Alderville RFS to that venue. Can you just inform the community who are unaware of how close that is?
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor, the Alderville RFS at the entrance to that facility immediately opposite.
And the other one was around contaminated, like spills or anything, relevant service required to attend hazmat incidents. If there is a spill of any sort, they're available.
Through you, Madam Mayor, obviously, depending on the size and the nature of the spill, then yes, emergency services may clean up for smaller spills, then they're probably going to be undertaken by the lessee, who will be required to return the property to the condition it was in when they started their event.
Thank you, Councillor Pakes. Councillor White, did you have further questions on the block? Councillor White?
Yes, please. Am I able to ask questions on the CEO calendar meeting list? So 3 questions, or maybe just Ida, on the Crescent Head visit, are you able to provide some reflections on that visit, like what you observed, learned, whether it has influenced or changed forwards? It was quite, yeah. Are you able to provide some?
Are you referring to the 5th of February?
Yeah, the Crescent Head visit, yeah.
Meeting with Ross
Oh, no,
Foster
no,
regarding
no,
Crescent
no,
Head,
no, no,
or
no.
a different one?
No,
The 9th.
yeah.
On the 9th of January,
Yeah,
I attended Crescent Head to visit the CBD, particularly to check the CBD toilets, and took my daughter along in case there were females, but there was unisex toilets that were in good condition at the time in the morning that I got there, about 8:30. There was plenty of parking on the foreshore. The general environment seemed fine. At that time in the day, I was able to park alongside Lloyd Park. I then visited the other toilets that we have had concerns with on my way out of Crescent Head.
So what time? You said that was in the morning.
Yeah, I visited around 8:30 in the morning.
Thank you. And a question on your meeting with the Slim Dusty Foundation. And this question is the concerns expressed during the 2023 SRV and some council's concerns here regarding, the future management of the SDC. Are we able to clarify the purpose of that meeting, outcomes, and what themes emerged, if any, and is anything changing as a result?
Yes, so that was the first meeting that I've had with all the representatives of the Slim Dusty Foundation, so the family and their legal representative. So that was a good meeting to explain a bit about everyone's background, because we had a new council team involved, with Lisa Davis stepping into a new role, and Mr. Thorogood in his new role. So introductions, meet and greet, and then discussion around some operational issues relating to the museum, the exhibits, the lighting, and then we got on to probably the bit the community would be more interested in around the activities that are required under the lease, the potential future purchase of land, and how we're going to begin to address some of those issues. So we've agreed now a regular schedule of meetings to start to progress those items with the foundation, and that includes members of the council's staff who are involved in the economic development aspects of the property management aspects, and myself.
And so just one final question. The hydrotherapy pool, is that the hospital site or the private operator site? And if it is the hospital site, are you able to clarify the purpose and share some reflections of that meeting, and what is the intent for the pool if it's the hospital site?
So no, it's not the hospital site, nor is it the site operated by Macleay Options. This is looking at an alternate facility, but with a hydrotherapy facility as part of a bigger aquatic facility that the council would operate. One of the jobs that came out of that meeting for the mayor and I was to look at alternative locations, because the location that the group were looking at, we are aware that there has been some development interest from the private sector already for other uses, which will be potentially better for the vendor than what we'd be looking to pay for an aquatic facility. So that's a group that's auspiced by Michael Kemp, our MP, and the mayor and myself attended.
Councillor Coburn.
Yes, I'd like to just ask a question in relation to the quarterly snapshot of the second quarter. I just noted the reduction. The capital budget is earmarked to be reduced by $7.7 million. And that's primarily due to the... Oh, has that one been pulled out? My apologies. I didn't realise that. I will speak to it when it comes back. Thank you.
Councillor Bain.
I'd first like to make a comment on the statement of cash and investments. I note that we continue to outperform the market index, and that our actual investment income is exceeding our budgeted income, which is really congratulations to council staff for that. The second thing I would like to comment on is around 11.4. I did contact the SCAG regarding the sporting car club. They have no issues with it. They're quite supportive of the activation of the precinct. I also contacted the 355 committee president of the Aunty Reserve, who confirmed what Mr. Seam had said last night, that there was a fantastic relationship, that they're a really respected user group. But my question on 11.4 is, and I understand it maybe, I don't want to figure, are we considering when we enter an agreement with the car club of looking at market costing, or are we looking at a reduced rate for a community group?
Through you, Madam Mayor, given that the car club is not a registered charity under council's leasing policy, they will be subject to a full commercial lease at market rates.
Thank you. And I appreciate your comments, Councillor Bain, but it's not strictly in the code of meeting practice to be able to make comments at this time on items in the block. So if you wish to speak to things, take them out.
Thank you for the clarification, Madam Mayor.
Are there any more questions on these items within the block? I hear none. Do we have a mover? Councillor Matchett, seconded Councillor Selby, sorry. Is there any dissent? There is no dissent. The motion is carried. We now move to item 9, which is mayoral minutes. We firstly have item 9.1, which is Vale, Aunty Mary Luba. Councillors, I'd like to formally acknowledge the passing of Aunty Mary Lou Buck. Aunty Mary Lou was a proud Dungutty woman, a respected elder, and a long-term resident of the Kempsey Shire. Her life's work was grounded in advocacy for Aboriginal education, for early childhood opportunity, for women's leadership, for land rights, and for safe, connected communities. She was a trailblazer, including the first person to secure native title, and her leadership created long-lasting change, not only here in the Shire, but across New South Wales. This mayoral minute allows council to formally recognise her contribution and extend our condolences to her family and to the Dungutty and broader First Nations communities. I commend this motion to our councillors. Do we have any contributions? Councillor Lawrence.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I just want to speak in strong support of the mayoral minute in honouring Aunty Mary Lou's life and honouring her leadership, her remarkable legacy. I want to commend the Mayor for bringing this forward to ensuring that our Shire formally acknowledges a woman whose strength, wisdom and advocacy, I'll get it out eventually, advocacy shaped the Dungutty community, our broader region and generations to come. Aunty Mary Lou spent her final days at Burrington Jargon Aged Care Facility, where they mentioned to me that she continued her strong leadership through educating staff and community, reminding us that kindness, respect and true partnership must guide our work. May her legacy continue to strengthen us. May her courage inspire us, and may her memory be forever held with respect and love. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lawrence. Are there any other councillors that wish to speak on this item? If not, I'll put the motion. Is there any dissent? There is no dissent. We'll now observe a minute of silence for Aunty Mary Lou Buck. Thank you, everyone. I'd also like to note that on Thursday, the flags will be flown at half-mast as a mark of respect for Aunty Mary Lou Buck, as it is her funeral. And I sincerely pass on my condolences to the family. We now move to item 9.2, which is antisocial behaviour. I bring forward this Mayoral Minute in response to ongoing concerns within our community regarding antisocial behaviour in public spaces. This is not a new issue. It's not a reaction to a single incident. It's something that I have raised consistently since being elected, and something council staff have been working for months within the limits of our responsibilities. Council has acted within its remit through maintenance, compliance, engagement, and community safety initiatives. Our staff are doing what they can under local government authority. However, these challenges cannot be solved by local government alone. Issues involving crime, drug use, and public safety require coordinated long-term intervention from state agencies. We can maintain spaces, we can advocate, but we do not have the legislative authority or funding to address the root causes on our own. This Mayoral Minute is about clarity, and it's also about advocacy. We're increasingly frustrated to be asked to fix issues that we don't actually have the power, and it's increasingly frustrated to be a leader within this community, as you all would know, and being asked to do things that you don't actually have power over. And staff are repeatedly facing really challenging conditions. You know, hearing from that other shires are collecting up to 18,000 needles, and hearing about staff in this shire having to face similar challenges is really difficult. And I think that we need to recognise those challenges of the staff. And I really thank our CEO, Mr. Medal, in his compassionate approach, but also to the staff and ensuring that they're safe and well. But I'm cognizant that, you know, people have been focusing on Clyde Street in particular, but there's issues all over the shire. There needs to be action for people who are experiencing these challenges, and I think we need to state firmly our position that we are doing what we can, but we also need help. We can't do this on our own, and we need that accountability and that action from those agencies. So I commend this motion to my fellow councillors. Is there any discussion on this Mayoral Minute? Councillor Pace?
Yeah, I'd like to speak in absolute support of the context of this. As an emergency responder for 13 years in Kempsey, these are absolutely not new occurrences. From midnight to 3 a.m, if you go around the streets of our town, it's a different place to what you might see through the daytime. So I've been there, and my colleagues at Fire and Rescue have been there. So I absolutely understand these issues, and I absolutely have seen them over and over. But a coordinated response is required, and I do call out to my local member and ask him to. Yes, I know he's done some work on it, but there's more to be done. This job is not fixed, and the flow of people from different institutions coming into our community continues. So the work does not stop. There needs to be frameworks put in place, and I will absolutely acknowledge it puts staff at risk. Protocols may need to change, but I would say that it lies firmly out of our sphere of influence in regards to what we can physically do about it. But putting advocacy into place is a good thing. So yeah, I absolutely support it. It's not something new, but yeah, let's hope this turns the dial to the right direction. So yeah, well done.
Thank you, Councillor Pakes, and thank you for your efforts at Fire and Rescue. I know that you've been since I've known you on council, you've been very passionate about these issues within the community as well. We'll have Councillor Bain and then Councillor Saul. Councillor Bain.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, I agree that we need a coordinated approach. I note that there's a significant crisis in drug use in our community, and I believe there needs to be more resourcing in that health sector of the things like the opiate treatment program and peer support services for injecting drug users to try and minimise the harm that it's causing to our community. I also note with concern that there is at least a perception that the recent changes in mental health and provision of mental health services there's a perception in the community that this is not a good step for for our community. I also note that if we look at the priorities of the joint organisation, community wellbeing and access to health services is an avenue that where we can increase leverage and lobby the government. The joint organisation is a powerful group for lobbying government for change. So I absolutely support the this motion, this mayoral minute, and we need to take action urgently to improve community safety and provide services to those vulnerable people who are caught in a horrendous situation.
Thank you, Councillor Bain. Councillor Saul.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Madam Mayor, 2 points. One, my focus in today's discussion is, of course, supporting the motion, but also our staff. Our staff are our frontline troops, and they are under threat from harm during their efforts trying to clean our toilets in Clyde Street. I've witnessed abuse, and I was shocked. I've heard things done, and I believe that we need to back our staff to the fullest to try and make their job as easy as possible. And if it can remove those who aren't being social from that area, it'd be a good thing. Madam Mayor, the last week has been wonderful. It's been a quieter area in the CDB. People are now happier to move around and not feeling so threatened and feeling unsafe. Madam Mayor, of course, the main thing is with our toilet block there, it's put there by council, was to ensure that we have a clean facility for our residents and our tourists. The tourists that come to town want to use amenities, and by having a modern amenity that was put there only a few years ago was meant to be a plus for our community. It is a plus, but we need to make sure it is a safe area for our children and our women and our people to use, and not feel intimidated or unhappy to use the facility. So, Madam Mayor, we need to go even stronger if we can to make sure that that area is made safe, because we cannot allow our community to be threatened by a minority who seem intent on just being bullies and being very, very unsavoury. So, Madam Mayor, I commend you on this, and let's hope the staff can have the full backing of council to ensure they are thought about during this situation, and that we can do as much as we can to make sure that they, in their work role, are kept safe. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Saul. Councillor Wyatt.
Yes, please. Thank you to my 2 colleagues for their interpretation, especially the nighttime interpretation, not ear experiences. My question is, in the mayoral minute, there's 2 statements about risk and pressure on the long-term financial plan, staff and resources, as well as the scale and the complexity of the issues, both on page 13. Can you elaborate on council's management response and the risk to the long-term financial plan?
Myself.
Oh, through either you or the CEO, whoever would like to respond.
I guess I'll allow Mr. Medal to speak if he wishes. I guess from my perspective, my major concern around this is that the community or parts of the community have come and said that council needs to fix this issue. And on one side of the coin, are we just going to make all our spaces ones that we don't want people to be in? Because that feels like that's not fair on the community. And also, we don't have the money to continuously refurbish and to revamp all of our spaces. And at the end of the day, this is about antisocial behaviour. It's about connecting people to services, and all of those services are not within the remit of council. So if services were able to connect with those people and do what they need to do, then we wouldn't have to react to the situation as we have. Mr. Medal.
Thank you. In terms of the direct action that we have taken, so we've worked to disconnect the electrical point outside the IGA. We've contacted Telstra to seek the relocation of the payphone, and whilst that is negotiated, the Wi-Fi and incoming calls are temporarily banned from that payphone. The homelessness has been referred to. The people that have been observed by our staff have been connected with New Horizons and CHL to try and arrange temporary accommodation for them. Our staff have been removing any dumped items or rubbish, not just in the public spaces within the precinct, but also on private land, the private laneways in the CBD. We have erected a temporary fence around the wall in Clyde Street and are removing the street furniture so that there is nowhere convenient for people to lay or sit during the day. We're increasing the signage on the fact that alcohol is prohibited in that area. We're working with local businesses to reintroduce classical music being played in the area, and we're trying to communicate that messaging through anyone who complains to us, but also directly with our chamber. In terms of advocacy and work with our partners, we have sought stronger enforcement around liquor licensing from the police, sought support from our MP, our state MP and the police with regards to support with the Telstra payphone. The police have included Clyde Street as a daily tasking for their officers, and our state MP has begun conversations with the Minister to seek additional CCTV funding for Kempsey. I hope that helps.
So, sorry, just one follow-up. And the risk to the long-term financial plan, what is the risk to the, what is the risk to the long financial plan? What does that look like in terms of dollars and sustainability and blowouts of budgets?
So it's a constant drain on resources. There's no one big hit like as if we were building a new capital program, but all of these things take staff away from their daily duties, which are the maintenance of the public spaces. So Clyde Street's our first area that we're tackling. We're already aware that that's caused displacement to other areas, so we'll tackle those areas similarly. But at some stage, just removing street furniture or putting up increased signage is not going to solve the issue. So we're also clear that our work with that dealt with the 4th Street homelessness brought a group together. That group meets regularly, and that's dealing with some of the root causes of this. And that's formed the basis of conversations for the Mayor, myself, our state MP and police superintendent, that longer term we need to tackle the root causes, which are inextricably linked with health. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Medal. Councillor Coburn and Councillor Pakes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to commend you for putting this forward to bring really to the forefront of the community's mind the role that council does play. I also want to commend the CEO for his advocacy work with state government particularly, and I can see that advocacy piece also speaks to some of the funding that has already been released in that youth crime space, that early intervention, particularly in the potential for that sort of spiralling into drug use is vitally important. And I really, truly hope that council will see it as one of the key stakeholders in these discussions, having real-time experience in dealing with these issues. So I really commend this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Coburn. Councillor Pakes.
Yeah, I'd reiterate Councillor Coburn's comments, specifically Mr. Medal's different approach. It's a hands-on, get it done approach, and I'd really like that to be communicated to the community post this motion, specifically those actions that have occurred, and that councillors can make that a Facebook post to share, because that's a really good story. It's showing that we have new leadership in place and that it's very effective and directed and doing the job. So yeah, I commend that to you, Mr. Medal, again.
Councillor
I
Pakes.
don't mind handing.
Thank you. You just spoke twice to the same motion, which is out of order. Yeah, you're going to have to frame things as questions. So yet. Well, I will confirm that a media release went out, I think yesterday or maybe on Friday, regarding the issue. Councillors we can share that with councillors, and you can formulate a post out of that, or I'm sure key points can be delivered to you, because I'm sure your different networks would like to have clarity on the issue. Speaking for as well, Councillor Selby.
Yeah, I'd just like to commend you on putting this forward. Just on the police, as CEO Metal said, are they just patrolling the area or driving through?
The daily tasking will vary, but I can't answer operational details. I have been pleased to see police officers on foot in the Clyde Street Mall, and that dealt with the matter respectfully and effectively.
And also, with the new signs going up as far as the alcohol goes, who's going to enforce them, the police or our rangers?
We have no powers to enforce or move people on, as you'll be aware when we talk through the changes we have proposed to make to dry zones before Christmas. The powers lie with the police, but everything we can do to make their job easier is something that I think is $1 worth spent.
Thank you.
Thank you. Great question, Councillor Selby, there around what our rangers are actually able to do, because there is a lot of confusion in the community over what powers they have. And I certainly wouldn't expect a ranger who doesn't have any, anything but themselves really to go tip out a drunk person's alcohol. I think that's completely out of order. So if there's no more discussion, we might put the motion. Is there any dissent? There is no dissent. We now move to item 11.1, which is Corporate Performance Report Q2 2025-2026. Is there a mover? Councillor Bain, seconded. Councillor Matchett. Councillor Bain, would you like to open debate, please?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, just having a look at these, an improvement in looking at the quarterly budget review statements. There's an improvement in the bottom line of the consolidated fund. Noticing too that the water and sewer are doing very well. The general fund is the challenge, and it's good to see that the deficits are decreasing. I mean, we're still not in a balanced budget by any manner of means, but the direction is positive. So there's a lot. There's a lot of information in there, and I thank the staff for putting together such a complex suite of documents for our for councillors to read over the last couple of weeks. It's been a lot of reading time. So yeah, I would commend this to my colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bain. Councillor Coburn, I know you had questions from before. Would you like to ask them now?
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. Yes, there was a couple of things that sort of spoke to me. I guess one of the real red flags is this increasing rise in replacement costs, which is affecting our depreciation, which is clearly understated. And I guess one of my questions around that is in that asset maintenance and renewal area. And I think I've mentioned this before about looking very stringently at all of our assets and removing the ones off our asset register that really are either irrelevant, not being utilised, and whether or not with the renewal, particularly in light of things that we discussed last night, around replacing timber bridges with concrete, for example, I assume we are dramatically extending the life of those assets. Will that reflect positively on our depreciation levels? Has that been instigated?
Mr. Thorogood.
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor. There's a few parts to that. So the first part, certainly, where we have assets which have no essentially future economic benefit, as it's put, then those assets will be impaired on our statement, so they don't have effectively a carrying value and don't incur depreciation. We can't do that with assets that are still delivering some service or some function, even if we're not particularly getting great value out of them, so to speak. So we certainly turn our mind to that. There is some more work happening in that space as we speak by the team to identify potentially those assets that might have a future economic benefit or return, but we would choose not to replace were they to reach end of life right now. And whilst we can't exclude those from the figures, there are ways we can annotate that in our annual reports and our financial statements to, I guess, reflect more clearly what the future deficit might be. The question you refer to regarding timber bridges, effectively the depreciation takes the value, the replacement value of that asset and divides it by its useful life. So while some of those assets will have a longer useful life that might immediately appear to have a reduction in depreciation, if they have a larger upfront value, then they may not have the decrease that you might expect. These things are looked at annually by people who both internally and consultants externally who specialise in this space to make sure the figures that we're reporting on are the most accurate figures that we have available to us. We also, those figures are indexed on their replacement value every year and revalued on a cycle. So the figure that will be shown on our books at the end of this year is what we estimate the replacement cost would be for all of those assets today. And that's why you see with increasing replacement cost, increasing construction costs, there is an increase in depreciation on our books. To sum it up, we are acutely aware of the impact that depreciation has on our bottom line and the challenges that we have funding the depreciation that we currently have with the income that we currently have, and are looking at everything that we have within our power to minimise the impact of that on council's bottom line.
Thank you, Thank you, Mr. Thorogood. Councillor Coburn.
Can I just provide a follow-up for the councillor as well? This was flagged through our audit process last year as well, and it's an issue that is, I think I shared with you last night, the Auditor General. This is something for the whole sector that we're seeing, particularly post-COVID. The cost of doing any work has increased dramatically, and so that has flowed through our books. It was a particular issue last year that the auditor picked up for us.
Thank you. May I ask another question? The other one is around the capital budget reductions. I noted that there is the request for the reduction of $7.7 million. And part of that is due to rolling some of the projects into next year, obviously delays in the delivery, and removal of projects such as the leachate treatment plant. I guess my question around that is we still will have, even after the $7.7 million reduction, $78 million in our capital works programs to deliver, and we're already, progressing very quickly through this financial year. Can I have a commentary on how that's going to be managed? Have the teams indicated to you that this is still achievable? Because that is still a very, very large capital amount to deliver.
Yes, so it's something that the team are acutely aware of, and there's monthly reporting on this to ELT. There's regular reporting to councillors, so you get to see every month, if not every quarter, how we're tracking. Mr. Reeves presented last night on some of the challenges he's facing. Notwithstanding that, the run rate at which his team are operating at the moment is between 1 and 2, so that's much lower than it has been in previous years. So I'm pretty confident that his part of the budget, despite all the work they've had to do on natural disasters, will achieve their capital program element. There are then some significant other elements which sit outside that and are major standalone projects, either linked to disaster recovery from years gone by that are now actually getting into full swing, such as the Armadale Road landslips, but also some of them are in their water and sewer space and massive projects on their own.
Thank you.
Councillor Pakes and Councillor Wyatt.
Would Councillor Wyatt like to go first?
Councillor Wyatt.
Thank you. I'm just going to I'm looking at the quarterly budget statement, report 11.1.1, but it's also in the paper there. And it says that there's a decrease of surplus about 2.4 million, mostly from general, which is that's saying that excludes capital. And then there's a report in 11.1.1, page 1. And can I just clarify the top statement there? Is that supposed to be 2026 or 2025? It says in my opinion, quarterly, it's for the quarter ending 12/25 indicates that council's projected financial position at 36/2025 will be unsatisfactory at the end of the year. So should that be 26 or should that say was?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I'm not looking at the exact page, but the statement.
Page
Oh,
1.
you've got it there.
So it's
Yeah.
page 1 of the report.
Yeah, the statement should say 26, not 25.
Yeah, that's okay.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. And then my question is, so there's a whole bunch of reasons outlined there. One of which says one-off unbudgeted costs. So what is an example of a one-off unbudgeted cost, and how do these arise?
Through you, Madam Mayor, the one that arises straight at the top of my mind at the moment is the necessity to replace the emulsion tank at the depot for safety reasons. So an audit identified that there were some safety issues with that tank that require its replacement. In the case of that is around about a $100,000 expense that will incur that we had not planned on incurring. So things like that arise, particularly whether they're a safety matter, are things which can cause us to have to rejig the budget to expend money that we didn't plan on expending at the start of the year.
Thank you. So one of those criteria is risk management, audit, work health and safety. Is that correct? Yeah.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I think it all comes down to risk at the end of the day. Whenever we're having a look at the budget, that it is an exercise in risk management. We are allocating the limited resources that we have to the greatest risks presented to council, whether they be reputational, financial, safety, or asset.
My follow-up question from that then is, so they're unplanned and unbudgeted. How do they appear in the long term, like in the current year's budget? Well, they don't, but how do they appear in the operating plan, and then how are they actually causing non-delivery on the operation plan? Which is not the right word that I wanted to use, but
yeah,
sort of.
Sorry, through you, Madam Mayor, and probably a little bit of a clarification there. Generally, we're unable to expend money that does not have a budget vote from council. So in this case, we ask for a variation in a quarterly budget review so that we can then expend that money in the future. Another good example of one-off unexpected expenses is the legal expenses that we incur on some matters, and there's been some in recent memory that councillors will come to mind for councillors. Once again, we'll allocate what we think is a good annual allocation for legal expenses. Let's say it might be $50,000. If we're running up $40,000 of expenses on a single matter in the first quarter, then when we come up with that first quarterly budget review, we're going to be asking you to put another $50,000 or another $100,000 into that budget. That money comes from one of two places, or three places actually. As noted in here, there are certain things that we plan to deliver for whatever reason we're not delivering. So that frees up some cash that then gets potentially reallocated to some of those things where we need an increase. Particularly the big one that you'll see on this is under expended salaries where we carry vacancies. We have significant underspend in salaries where there's a vacancy, and that may be covering some of these projects. The second one may be in some cases where we don't have a source of funds, it is simply increasing the deficit on the bottom line. So we go into the year expecting a small deficit and it grows slightly larger. And then the third way is we actually have to look through for something that we can take out so that we are able to fund something. So it may be an operational project that might involve a consultant or someone. We might say we'll push the consultancy engagement out until next year so that we can deliver this other item in this year. They're the sorts of places that we cover those from.
Thank you. Excellent. Good answer. Thank you. The next question, again in that list, is can you explain the funding, expenditure and reimbursement process for the delivery of natural disaster recovery works? Like where does that, so yeah, how does that process work as part A? And then part two, like where does that money come from before it's reimbursed? Is it borrowings or something else?
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor. So we go and we undertake both emergent works and some IRWs of our own volition before the deadline, and we fund them out of our own cash reserves. So they come out of our unrestricted cash. That might be unrestricted cash that we are holding simply from rates. We hold a very small amount of unrestricted cash there. It may be unrestricted cash that we are holding from loan funds. So there's certainly an overhead for council to be carrying those works. We then lodge claims with the Reconstruction Authority to have that money repaid, and that money gets repaid somewhere down the track.
I was just going to add to that and say that's one of the principal reasons that Mr. Reeves is attending a parliamentary inquiry today on the performance of RA. There has been a push by our peak body, LGNSW, for information on this, which we supplied last week to their policy team, and there will be a campaign led by them to try and address the very poor performance of RA in terms of turning around claims and paying for the works that councils have already undertaken in good faith.
Yeah, and sorry, I might just add a little bit more to that because I do have the exact numbers at hand. So, for example, from the last couple of events, we have expended $12 million of our money on undertaking those works. We've received $6 million reimbursement so far from RA, and we are carrying $6 million. We're carrying $6 million of that debt essentially currently ourselves. Given that council is in a position where it is borrowing money to undertake our own works, we are effectively, our ratepayers are paying interest on that money we are carrying for the state government.
Thank you. That's a fabulous answer. And RA meaning Reconstruction Australia, Commonwealth Government?
Reconstruction Authority, New South Wales Government.
Okay. Copy that. Sorry. This is a bit of a question. No, it is not a bit. It is a question about depreciation as well. And in relation to going back to the main business paper, looking at the consolidated, the OPEX excluding the CAPEX, going to that $2.3 million decrease in the surplus. And one of the reasons there is around depreciation. So local councils are required to revalue its assets, and I'm not sure what that time period is. So that that depreciation that you've got listed there, is that a result of either the revaluation process of existing assets or as a result of constructing new and upgrading assets? So, like, which we do have a big program of that.
Yep, through you, Madam Mayor, there's a number of contributors to that. So, as you said, we revalue assets on a rotating cycle. So, for instance, this year we are currently revaluing our transport assets, our roads and bridges, and they will get an increase or decrease in their value based upon an actual revaluation that's undertaken of those assets. For the next few years, rather than actually revaluing them, there'll be an indexation applied to them. So the valuers will have a look at generally how much do transport assets increase by based on the experience they've got of the actual revaluations they're doing and construction costs, and they'll give us a percentage and say just bump all your transport assets by this amount in the intervening years. The growth in it is caused by those revaluations, and predominantly, if you have a look at the history, probably half of the value in the growth of our assets is as a consequence of those revaluations rather than assets that we have constructed. The other thing that contributes to the other half, apart from the starting value of the assets when we first started, is that other than that is the new assets, and new assets come about in two ways. New assets come about when we get a grant and we go and build, say, a pavilion down at Virgin Eden Street. Actually, three ways. They come about where we're gifted assets. So somebody goes and builds something and then gives it to council, whether that's a road or a park or whatever it be. Or it comes about when we replace an asset with something better than the asset that was already there. So if we go and we renew a park, and we build a bigger and better park, then that will be partially renewal and partially new asset. They're the four different ways they increase on value. And just to confirm, that revaluation cycle is generally every 5 years that we do a full revaluation on those assets. There might be things such as last year, we were halfway through a revaluation when we had the floods, which meant that there wasn't much point in completing that revaluation. We impaired those assets because of the flood damage, and we did a full revaluation this year instead. So there'll be a 6-year cycle there.
Copy that. Follow up. So just to confirm my understanding, is that you get an indicative percentage to increase the depreciation of those, or decrease that value of those assets, which that then results in the depreciation, and then you can put that in a long-term financial plan and plan that out for X amount of years. Yes, that was my second question, but
Yep,
I think you've answered that.
That is correct.
Oh, cool, thanks. And then you depreciate. The valuation is every 5 years, but it's done on categories, so it's not like a blanket everything like the $1 billion. It's categories.
Correct, through you, Madam Mayor. It is a rotating scheme, so we do a different asset class each year.
That's a good answer too. Thank you. I'm gonna go back and listen to that. Good answer. I've got another question. There's an explanation on page 17 from the general fund about the waste, and it says changing from a permanent leachate plant to a lease arrangement and deferring $1.2 million to design cell 5. So a couple of questions around that. Does the lease cost then move to an OPEX that is paid yearly? It's question number 1.
Through you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, cool. And what is the cost of the lease versus the plant?
The contract is being negotiated at the moment, so I'm not going to disclose any figures on that.
Okay.
But basically, as we talked about before, with risk, that is a big factor on which way we go with this actual arrangement. So it's risk mitigation as we go forward.
So that decision was based on a risk management going forward.
There's many factors, but that is a big
okay.
Big component of that decision.
Okay. And then the $1.2 million that will be saved by that decision, does that meaning that funds are they're reallocated to another project? The bottom line of that is shifting from building a plant to having the lease, which then is OPEX, however forever long. Does that sort of represent an efficiency saving at the end of the day? So you're not spending 1.2 million. You're able to allocate that to the other cell.
So,
and then you've got a lease. Is that an efficiency saving?
If I might assist council, so when we bought a procurement report to you on the leachate plant, it gave administration 2 options. One was to construct a plant with a long life span, probably not that long given how nasty the leachate is and the damage it does to the plant being processed. But we're dealing with a risk-based approach because we don't know what the EPA standards are going to be in 3 years' time when our license runs out, and we could have been left owning a plant that didn't meet the standards in 3 years' time. We've gone down this route, which, the biggest concern was around the risk from the EPA and the cost to the operating budget, but I think that's worth wearing simply because the risk will now sit with the operator of that plant, which isn't us. We're only leasing that from them. They've committed to meet our current standards for the remainder of the EPA license, and then we'll negotiate on what a future plant looks like at that time. So I have to commend Director Trotter for the work he's done on that in taking a different approach to what we initially thought, but that flexibility will safeguard that operation going forward. So I hope that helps give you the context around the thinking behind the change in terms of the money. The waste elements are all part of the general fund, so there's money that will come out from the capital budget because we're no longer building a capital project, and that is potentially available to be spent on other measures subject to the future decision of council.
I think to talk through the underlying financial principles of that, which I think you're getting at, Councillor White, is we would have had a capital expenditure up front. So we would have spent a lot of cash in the first year. That would have built an asset, and we then would have depreciated that to incur the depreciation expense every year ongoing. We also would have incurred the cost of staffing to operate it, the cost of chemicals, the maintenance and repairs on it, the electricity and so on. So there would have been a matching operational component that goes with that every year as well. Instead, under the lease model, we simply have a flat operating expense through each year of the lease. We don't put our capital into it up front. So that will free up some cash. It probably will not, there won't be a windfall to the bottom line position from freeing up that cash. There will just be a little bit more free cash, which might mean we need to borrow a little bit less in our borrowings, or we have more buffer for those other projects where we have unexpected expenses.
That's what I was looking for as an answer. So thank you. Because I'm not trying to trip up. I'm just trying to understand. And also around the budget. I have another couple more questions, or does someone else want to have a go? I have a question around the income table and
how many more questions?
Councillor.
If you only have a few questions left, I'll have you continue, and then we can go to Councillor Pakes.
Thank you. The income table. Why the income table? Income grants operating. Why does money for a natural disaster cleanup income get reported as income now when it hasn't been reimbursed yet? And if it's money that KSE if council is spending from its own sources, why is it not reported as an expense, because it is an unfunded budget item today?
Very good.
When the money comes back, it's not, but today.
Yep. Through you, Madam Mayor, and you might recall we had some discussion about this on last year's financial statements. Council operates on an accrual basis of accounting, which means that we will recognise that income at the point where we believe the income is certain, which is why we have recognised some of that income and not all of it at this point in time. Like I said, you might recall we actually had a write down in our income in the previous year where we did not have enough certainty around some of the income on some of our disaster recovery expenses, which were not able to be recognised in last year and needed to be recognised in this year. So not all of those expenses which we recognise as income in this year are from this year's events.
And councillor expenses question.
Is item 11.1.6, if you want to have a look at that report. On table 3, which is from hang on, can you just go to someone else for a sec? My computer's just had a hissy fit.
Councillor Pakes.
Yeah, I'll start at grants first. The two Riverside projects, stage 1 and stage 2, just look at the end date, February 26 for stage 1 and March 26 for stage 2. Is that work on track to the completion, or is there more work to be done? Where's that sit in budgeting?
Mr. Medal.
Yes, my advice is that work is on track and the contractor will be leaving the site, enabling us to get on and finish the council works.
And my second is on the page 9 of the cash and investments budget review statement, and it is the fleet reserve. And it's probably a question from the previous change of quarter 1 of 1.78. $6 million change revised, and then this approval is 124,000. Is that for the leachate plant, or what's that $124,000 review for? Because that line item has gone from $3.3 million up to 5.5 actual year to date.
Through you, Madam Mayor, we'll need to take that one on notice. It won't be the leachate plant, but we'll have to take on notice precisely what that item is.
Yeah, it stands out because it's a couple of $1 million increase in that fleet reserve. Yeah, so that was a specific one. And then can I continue? I go to, just give me a second to scroll back through the pages to the borrowings of $39 million for, I'm presuming it's for the sewer treatment plant. Is that borrowings, and it's in this financial year as far as I understand, is that borrowings, where's that sit? Is that going to occur, or is that going to be required?
Can you let us know what attachment number and page you're looking at there, Councillor Pakes?
I'm in the quarterly budget review statements.
So
Just let me scroll
attachment
on to
one.
it. I'm in page number 8, and I am looking at new loans of $39 million.
New,
Page 8.
yeah,
midway
so
down.
that is the budget amount. You might need to take that one on notice too. I might have an answer for you shortly.
I'm presuming from our conversations it's around the Central Kempsey water treatment plant. But
Yeah, no, I don't believe it
No.
is. We certainly, you'll see there's $10 million there in the previous year for actuals. The $10 million has been taken out to address the asset backlog. So along with the special rate variation money, there's $10 million a year that we are borrowing to address the asset backlog to keep our roads essentially in the condition they're already in, not let them go backwards. Of the 39 million, the remainder is in the water fund, but I'd have to take on notice precisely what it's for.
And I suppose that my extension of that question is, considering that we're revising down our projects deliveries, we're at 34 million so far for this year, and we've got 78 million to go. It would be quite ambitious to have that completed.
Yeah, through you
in that time.
Yeah, so through you, Madam Mayor, I can answer the previous one. There's the additional loan money is for the Stuart McIntyre Dam treatment plant. To answer that second question, this is why, whilst we project loans, we'll bring a report to Council every June. We will only draw down whatever loan and funding is needed to balance our cash position for the year. We won't borrow money that we're not going to expend.
Councillor Bain.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. A couple of questions. One on the development contributions. So looking at the restricted total of circa 34 million, can you explain why that is restricted and are there any forward plans for the use of those developer contributions?
Sorry.
Yep. So they're restricted because they're collected from because of a need for local infrastructure that has a clear connection or nexus to development. And yes, there are plans, including the ones that you'll see in the South West Rocks and Crescent Head report. Recent, I suppose, work by the state government has identified that there are very significant sums sitting in local government, particularly in metro areas where this investment is not being spent in a timely fashion. We now have our local infrastructure contributions plans in place. They are with 5-year time horizons for what works need to come forward. So the next piece of work is to clearly link that to our capital program going forward, and that instruction has been given to our operations and planning team to start planning for those and to include them in the long-term financial plan.
May I continue, Madam Mayor? Thank you. Thanks for that answer. I thank you, Councillor Pakes, for bringing up the completion on Riverside Park. And one of the questions that I've been asked significantly, particularly at the markets, was there was an assumption that there would be an overrun on that because of the flooding impact. So very impressed that despite the impact of flooding, it's still going to be completed on time. So we're
Can we keep questions direct, succinct, please?
Okay. So my question is around the depreciation of that project. What sort of costs will that be depreciating over the say over the 10-year cycle?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I'd need to take on notice what the precise depreciation cost of that's likely to be. It may be something that we won't actually calculate with any certainty until year end, but I can get an indicative for you.
Councillor Coburn.
I just have one further question, and I guess it's around the financial sustainability program. This quarter delivered no new savings, and I would just like a commentary on moving forward into the final quarters of the year. Do we think that this is because of limited structural reform, or we still believe that we will be able to find some additional savings?
Mr. Medal.
Thank you. I think the likelihood of any significant savings is very low this year. The work we're doing has shown that there's not a lot of fat there. The the ideas that are coming forward from staff. We've had 6 new ideas in the innovation portal in the last month or so that we're working through. Not all of those are going to deliver in this financial year. They're things that might require a bit of investment up front. So I'm not seeing that the financial sustainability program this year will be a panacea for our financial woes. And ELT have been meeting with the corporate performance team to recast the FSP for next year. So it'll be a different format and a different approach, including, I suppose, a much stronger approach from ELT that what's happened over the last 5 or 6 years has taken the low-hanging fruit, the easier wins, and now there's a real need to change the mindset in the organisation around how we work towards some austerity measures and really drive the message home that financial sustainability is everybody's job, not just finance and corporate performance.
Thank you. Further questions? Councillor Wyatt?
Yes, sorry. With the council expenses, sorry, my eyes failed me, but I do have a quick question on the KPIs. We've got the operating ratios there, which I love those. There's a statement there that says own source operating revenue is below benchmark, driven by high levels of grant income related to the disasters. How is own source revenue affected by natural disaster grants?
Through you, Madam Mayor, the own source revenue is the percentage of our revenue that we raise ourselves from our own activities such as rates and charges. So therefore, the more grant funding we get, it does not count as own source revenue. So the more grant funding we get, the lower our own source revenue ratio gets. And natural disaster works are counted as grant income.
Just to look at that then, it says the own source operating revenue as a ratio is for consolidated Oh, okay. No, so it's right. Oh, hang on. No, it says 59% and 47%. Okay, so the benchmark is lower. Our own source revenue is lower because the grant income is going in that skewering that statistic, bringing it down rather than bringing it up.
Correct.
Copy that. Correct? Yeah, copy that. Thank you.
Are there any further questions, councillors? Is there? I'll now put the motion. Is there any debate? Or would you like to close debate, Councillor Bain?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would like to close debate. I just wanted to note, looking at the financial sustainability program, that out of 13 project or 13 ideas, only 3 of them are behind, which is pretty good. I'd like to note that the ones that are on track, the KPIs for the senior leadership team are including professional development and lean training, which is about improving business effectiveness. There's been improved asset management data collection, which is really essential for that long-term finding a financial sustainability path. The actions that are behind schedule, I acknowledge Councillor Coburn's noting that the savings haven't happened, but I also note that the comments in there are around the squirrel project, which is driving change and driving long-term cultural change. So I really, I think that's where we need to be. I acknowledge Mr. Medal saying that, we've taken the low-hanging fruit. Now we need to get into that cultural change where everybody in the organisation sees that financial sustainability is part of their role. I note that we're behind on the business analysis, but that a tender is going out for a business analyst position, and that's before we leap into change. I think it's a really good idea to get that overview of what we need, what we are doing, and what we can be doing better through analysis. And there's some challenges in the rating review structure, which I know was very important to people when we were discussing the last SRV, that rating review structure. But there are barriers with staffing and with the consultancy firm having significant staff challenges as well. So I think overall we're on track with 10 out of 13 projects. I think we've got to acknowledge that that's great work, and I would commend accepting this corporate performance report for Q2 to my colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bain. I'll now put the motion. Is there any dissent? There is no dissent. The motion is carried. We'll now move to item 11.2, Southwest Rocks and Crescent Head. There's a recommendation before you. Do we have a mover? Councillor Coburn, seconded Councillor Selby. Councillor Coburn, would you like to open debate?
Yes, through you, Madam Mayor. First, I'd like to commend our CEO on bringing this report forward. It surprised me the context and size of it, but I do appreciate the work you and the teams have done to deliver this. So today we're not simply debating staging plans or funding allocations, we're actually debating priorities. We're deciding whether we can plan strategically for growth, or whether we continue to defer decisions that future councils and future ratepayers will ultimately pay for. The Horseshoe Bay Master Plan began with extensive community consultation. The first draft was completed in 2019. Since then, the staging has changed, delivering the headway walkway and the upper car park at Southwest Rocks, but leaving the remainder of the project incomplete. 7+ years later, the area has deteriorated, and the community is still waiting for the outcomes originally intended. What we cannot delay is strategic thinking required for an area that is central to both our local identity and our visitor economy. Most visitors to our region will set foot here. Many of our town residents, our own residents, travel to use this area and often holiday here. Along with Crescent Head foreshore, this precinct supports a visitor economy that brings millions of dollars into our shire. This renewal will require funding from the general fund, and yes, that may delay some road and car park works across the LGA. But this can be offset by expected state funding in 26-27, and I have confidence in our road team's ability to manage priorities without compromising core delivery service. Southwest Rocks has long contributed its share of developer contributions into Shire-wide funds, and the township has grown significantly, not only in population but in tourism pressure on its most visited areas. If we don't take opportunities, I have gone too far down my page, excuse me. I've done that, sorry, excuse me. If we don't take opportunities now, these high value areas will continue to look tired and neglected. This hurts local businesses, undermines our council's reputation, and leads to ongoing patch-up maintenance that ultimately will cost more. This project isn't just about beautification, it is about protecting the value of the places our community and visitors care about most. This report also enables the remediation of contaminated soil at Crescent Head, the essential first step before progressing their own foreshore master plan, and this is a practical, connected approach. I also want to acknowledge Council's initiative in considering alternatives for the Southwest Rocks Library. The current building is old, undersized, and is underused by young families who regularly tell me about the lack of children's engagements activities. Incorporating a community hub will deliver an enormous benefit. Our region has one of the largest volunteer bases in the LGA, and they deserve a functional, accessible space and continue contributing to our community. The rollover of the $6+ million in local infrastructure contributions for Southwest Rocks is tied to the development of the town centre public domain strategy. This strategy will revitalise the main precinct, support local businesses, and create new opportunities for commercial growth. Once completed, it will seamlessly connect the town centre with the foreshore, providing open space where families and visitors can gather, relax, and enjoy our coastline. Another long-standing issue is the sporting space. I believe for many, many years, the Southwest Rocks sporting groups have advocated for expanding playing fields. The population growth, increased participation and high demand mean the current space will not meet the future community needs. The land currently already allocated, we will quickly outgrow. Waiting could mean losing the opportunity entirely, and costs will only increase over time. Similarly, the Horseshoe Bay Holiday Concept Plan requires revision. The community has consistently opposed the Area 6 cabins as reinforced in the 2021 engagement and then the 2023 structure plan. This area is valued for its low-key character and open vistas, especially given the other 2 holiday parks managed by NRMA locally already provide extensive cabin options. The small coastal park at Horseshoe Bay should reflect the community's vision and visitors' expectations. Taken together, these projects reinforce Council's commitment to wise planning.
Thank you, Councillor Coburn. Is there any questions or discussion on this motion? Councillor Wyatt.
Yes, please. I would like to vote, or I would like to suggest that we move to committee of the whole. I'm sure we have discussions, questions, and an amendment. I have an amendment.
Do you have a seconder? Councillor Pakes, is there any dissent? There is no dissent. We're now on committee of the whole. I'm just going to remind councillors that committee is a time where you can speak as many times for a motion, but I ask that while we're in committee that you speak towards getting an outcome. Don't make it time for your speech. We're trying to workshop so we can get a motion that we're all agreeable to. And we've previously spent hours in committee where people are making speeches rather than trying to work towards an outcome. So in the spirit of being collegiate, put forward your ideas on where you want it to go. Don't just speak against it because we're not in open debate. So if we can just I want to work towards a resolution rather than just mimicking debate in what is meant to be a workshop. So microphone's back on because I kind of lost track a bit of who wants to speak, but I'll start with you, Councillor Wyatt.
I just have procedural questions. Should I put my amendment up now or when we go back into committee of the whole?
So I would like us to have what we would like to debate on once we're back in open council. So put forward your amendment now.
Okay, copy that. So it's to remove point 2D and replace it with councillors will provide clarification to the council on the Horseshoe Bay concept plan at the request of the CEO. So that's just removing the cabins. So it's removing 2D as saying councillors, it notes that councillors will provide clarification to council on the Horseshoe Bay concept plan as requested by the CEO.
What's your intent with the wording there?
Is because when we had our operational briefing a few days ago, we were asked by the CEO to provide clarification on the concept plans, and that's actually saying that we note that those cabins will be put there. So I'm suggesting wording to reflect what the CEO has asked us, and that councils we have had discussions, and that councils will provide councillors will provide clarification to council on the concept plans in specifically that one.
Mr. Meadow?
If I might assist, I suggest that you make it clear that in some way, shape or form you don't want 2D to go forward, and possibly the easiest way is just to delete that particular line from the recommendation. In terms of how you would bring that forward, councillors don't have the power to bring something forward. That's not the right frame of wording. So I would suggest perhaps something along the lines of a workshop leading to a report be undertaken to enable a decision to be made on future holiday park concept plans. We're really clear as an administration that we would like to get this resolved this financial year, so we're not dragging into the next financial year with something up in the air. If you take 2D out, then we'll also remove that element from next year's operating plan. It won't appear in the April draft. Yeah, it's finding a vehicle that you're happy with to replace that, to have, you have my commitment that we will bring back an ability to workshop that and discuss what's going in those concept plans, noting that if you wish to make changes to them, I would strongly recommend that you will need to go back out for public consultation on them, as well, as they have been subject to public consultation before endorsement by a previous council. So, long story short, suggest remove 2D and replace with that a workshop be held to lead, a workshop be held leading to a report on the future concept plans for holiday parks in the current financial year.
Me? I am following, we are trying to follow commentary that was provided at the briefing, that the council body wanted clarification from councillors on our intent. That's the intent of that. So, yep, let's move. And that's what I said, is to remove 2D. And maybe councillors provide our intent to, we can bring that as a notice of motion. We can do it as a workshop. We don't have to have a workshop. Maybe workshop may have already occurred. Maybe discussions have already occurred. Maybe positions have already been formed. So something that just removes that and acknowledges what you have asked us to do is to provide clear intent of the councillors of what you're asking. So I'm happy for somebody to wordsmith that, but definitely take out D, please.
Thank you, Councillor Wyatt. In regards to a workshop, I definitely haven't been party to any type of discussion around the holiday park, so I'm not sure what you're referring to there. But just from the advice of the General Manager and from my understanding of our role in terms of governance, I think it is more transparent that we provide, I guess, our intent of a way forward rather than an intent for clarifying a position. So if we had an intent to come together as all 9 of us to work that out, and then if there was to be a report and public exhibition, I feel that is more transparent to community engagement and to having the community know what council's plan is around that, in terms of just us meeting and then saying what we want. I don't think that is in the spirit of transparency or accountability to the community. We should be making decisions that the community can engage with for what is their asset. So I would recommend following the advice of Mr. Medal in terms of the wording that he put forward. Councillor Pakes.
In your interests of progression of this, would it be worthy to straw poll that response to?
Councillors who would be happy to follow the advice of the General Manager in removing point D, and then the intent to hold a workshop to put, I can't actually speak your words that you wanted to say, but I'll wait for you to finish what you're writing.
So, Madam Mayor, we're actually voting on whether to retain D or delete D. Is that correct?
Correct.
I'll have another go. The CEO convene a workshop leading to a report on future holiday park concept plans in this financial year.
Councillors, would you be happy with that?
I just have a question on that one. Specifically, it seems the only holiday park plan that is questioned is the Horseshoe Bay. I think we're bundling the holiday park plans into one. Now, I see only two issues from speaking openly about it is as prioritisation of amenities at Hat and obviously the cabins at Southwest Rocks. They're my two issues that I have with those, and that they haven't been prioritised previously. I don't want to. The Crescent Head one looks fine to me. I think what's happening out there is great. So to me, by saying all the holiday parks might be a little bit put the community on edge in regards to specifically saying we want to look at all the master plans again and put them all out on public exhibition. No, that's not what I'm saying. I would say that specifically those two are what my intent would be to be looking at, and it's only around priorities. So prioritising amenities. But yeah, I agree with taking it out, and I'm open to it's only a little bit of wordsmithing on that front.
Do we get a vote?
So to be clear, your intent is not that the plans are revised, but that they are reprioritised?
My main issues are at Horseshoe Bay and Hat Head. So they're the two that I'm concerned about. And so if that specifically suggested that we would workshop those two, no problem. But I don't think it would be wise to throw them all into, a community consult. I just don't think that's wise use of time. And I'll be guided by Mr. Metal on that front.
Mr. Metal?
Yep. So the CEO will convene a workshop leading to a report on future holiday park concept plan and works for Hat Head and Horseshoe Bay.
Are you amenable to that, Councillor Pakes?
If
Councillor
my fellow councillors and
Councillor White.
I'm trying to specifically address a request that was made to councillors for us to convey to the council body what our thoughts, what our direction was regarding those cabins. And I agree with Councillor Pakes there has been some discussions, phone discussions, me face-to-face, couple of discussions. And the main issue one is the Horseshoe Bay one. So I think actually I do think that actually saying, putting them all out will create angst within the community. And so it's about definitely removing that, and something that doesn't create angst in the community. And it is specifically around the Horseshoe Bay concept plan. Crescent Head, Grassy Head, and Stewart's Point don't seem to be issue. We're not particularly sure about the Hat Head one. I did ask for an updated version of the concept plans. The only ones that I could find a complete set of documents was from April 2021 which was come out of the approval at that time. So I'm really not sure what Hat Head one, what we're actually looking at, what version. I just want to make sure that that is really clear, removing that for that holiday park, stating our intention and not creating angst in the community where they're going to go, oh my goodness, they're putting them all out on public display, community consultation. I think that will create angst. So,
Councillor, I think it'll create angst for councillors to not consult with its community on a decision that was made in consultation with the community. If we put plans out on public exhibition, which were then adopted, and now as councillors we're saying, sorry, no, that whole public exhibition period doesn't matter at all. We think we're going to go this way. That is, to me, that's not in the spirit of why we have plans that go out on exhibition. I know it's an onerous exercise to put things back out, but if we're really here in the spirit of having our community engage with us, have input into plans, I don't think not putting them out is transparent or accountable at all. We should be willing to consult with our community if we believe they are unhappy with the plans that have been put forward.
Can I just have a point of order? So we're still wordsmithing the amendment, not discussing the amendment. So can I see what the words are for the amendment?
Sorry, what's your point of order?
Can I please see the words for the amendment, because we're still discussing the wording of the amendment, not debating the amendment, because the mover hasn't accepted it yet. As far as
sorry, we're in committee. Your point of order doesn't stand, but we will see the amendment.
Copy that. Thanks. Can I see the amendment?
Councillors, there is a recommendation before you with the point D. Is there a? Can I please have a straw poll on who would be amenable to this being the motion? Is there only Councillor Saw? You're not happy with point D?
Mayor, we didn't get to vote in the first point D.
Well, I would imagine that you might be one out there. Well, if we have 8 who are for, Councillor Paix.
You move out of committee to the whole, please.
Yeah, do you have a seconder? Do you have a seconder? I'll second. Is there any dissent? There is one dissenting. We're back in open council. Is there any debate on this motion? Oh, would someone like to move this amendment?
Sorry, I've got questions and heaps of questions.
So what we'll do is we'll move this amendment and then we'll deal with questions. And if we need to then amend again, I suppose we can, but in the spirit of what we went into committee for. So Councillor Coburn, you can, does she still need a seconder?
Not yet.
If you don't accept, do you accept this amendment or does Councillor White need a seconder?
I'm happy with that amendment. The main focus was to remove the cabins going forward, and I believe a workshop with all of us together is going to be the best way forward, so we can be completely open and honest in those discussions. So yes, I will accept that amendment.
All right. Because you've accepted the amendment, we don't need a seconder, but Councillor White, you can ask questions.
Yeah, unfortunately, we came out of committee of the whole because that was just my question. It doesn't matter. We're done with that. Okay, I want to move on to, I got a lot of questions. So I just want to move on to, actually, first question I will ask is, can we just please confirm that the adopted master plans are the published dates for Crescent Head of November 2017 and Horseshoe Bay 2019, although that one still says it's a draft watermark. You might not be able to answer that.
Yeah,
but
through Madam Mayor, I'll need to take the exact dates that they were adopted on notice because I'll need to refer to minutes.
I asked that because that's what I found. I'm just not sure because some of those links are broken. Okay, that's what I based my questions on. I want to move to the Crescent Head suite of issues specifically. That there's a Crescent Head master plan of 2017 and a domain plan of 2020. Which one is this referring to in those plans? What are we being asked to endorse, something out of a 2017 master plan or a 2020 domain plan? And how does that hierarchy fit together?
I'm unsure as to your question, councillor. So for, if I may assist, in terms of the Crescent Head foreshore master plan, that's not related to the caravan park. That's just the foreshore that was signed off last year. So this is about the project around the Surf Life Saving Club. The reason it's in this report is because financially it's inextricably linked with Southwest Rocks. You only have a finite bucket of money. So I was trying to put together a staging plan for how you could spend your general fund seeing a staged delivery and not be wholly reliant on rolling things out when grant funding was available. So the staging plan means that the car parking stage at Horseshoe Bay can be delivered next year from within the general fund. We don't need to find grant funding. The final stage that remains at Horseshoe Bay has no likely implementation date at this stage. I do not see a world where we are likely to get grant funding for that, and council would need to think very seriously about perhaps an expressions of interest process to get that building built in that final stage. That means after this year, we would have some capacity in the general fund for you to make an investment in Crescent Head. To enable that investment to go ahead, you need to remediate the land that has asbestos contamination on it so that you can physically undertake that works. So whilst the remediation is being undertaken, we can then get into the detailed design. And the way that detailed design comes together will then provide you with the information about natural stages that you could choose then to roll out the Crescent Head foreshore master plan. So I hope that gives you the thinking behind the staging for these projects.
So I still ask my question about the domain plan, which was done in 2020, which had 7 precincts. And they were all approved except for the foreshore bit. So, you know, there's multiple plans there, and within the precinct plans, there was an agreed process for those to be rolled out, and then like a subset of plans of that is the foreshore plan. So my question that I'm asking is the foreshore plan now going to be prioritised over Little Nobby, Muddy Arm, Willow Street, Reserve Road, and the village centre to in front of that I think it's Main Street. That's I'm just asking about a priority of rolling out the processes, the delivery, the planning.
I'm going to seek some advice from my colleagues. I thought Willow Street was in the operating plan going forward as a next step that's committed.
Councillor White, are you asking if putting this in the operational plan supersedes works already happening, or if it adds in addition to works already happening?
No, I'm asking for like the planned approach to rolling out plans that was done in 2020, which is the domain plan, which went out to public consultation, caused a lot of angst then, and it's come back to council many times. There was 9 of those or 7 of those agreed to back in 2022, I think, and then the subset was the foreshore plan. And then we've got a grant for Lloyd Street. I'm just asking, what is the planned approach, and what are we actually being asked to approve here? And does that override every other approval that's been provided? Yep. I'm confused.
I can understand your confusion, Mr. Medal.
Thank you. So the other plans you referred to is what I've spoken with council about the other week. You've endorsed plans, you've got no costings, you've got no prioritisation, and you've got no link to the long-term financial plan. Those projects are only coming forward when they're grant funded. So Little Nobby has designed to be finalised only. Willow Street can progress with design by our forward planning team, but you've still got to prioritise all those different elements, because that's never been done in the past. And that's why I'm saying that strategic review needs to be undertaken to work out which of those strategies can be retired and which of them are still going to have currency going forward, and that you wish us to look at to prioritise cost and link into the long-term financial plan via future CSPs and DPs.
I'll just come back.
Yeah, okay.
I'll come back.
I get that. I just I'm not allowed to discuss, am I? Because we're not in the committee of the whole.
Councillor Saul, and then I'll move to other councillors if they also have questions on this.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, my first question, please, would be on proposed revenue for the cabins. Can someone tell me what that might be if they were to be installed? What revenue council would receive for those cabins? Or at least a guesstimate, I suppose.
Councillor Thorogood. Mr. Thorogood.
Through you, Madam Mayor, look, I'll take the exact figure on notice for those particular cabins.
Well, thank you, Madam Mayor, because the reason why I was concerned was, we're meant to be trying to make our shire sustainable financially, and if we were to lose income from the cabins, the staff in the past have always said that we need income from cabins to make a better difference. If they are removed, which I think in the amendment they have been, or at least the intent to remove them, may actually put us in a backward position. And I think it would be hypocritical for us to do so. So I do make sure we don't end up worse off. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Saul. Unfortunately, I'm also going to have to take that as a speech because we don't allow people to speak twice to motions. Councillor Wyatt.
I have a couple of questions about, well, one about the South West Rocks Library. I was wondering whether we can have copies of the library study that was undertaken in May of, in 2023. I was trying to find that in the business papers, previous business papers, but I couldn't. So there was the library study when Gayleen Harris was, can you share that, please?
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. Through you, Madam Mayor, we can find the previous report and share that with councillors again.
I have a couple of questions about the cabins and the units at South West Rocks. Can you confirm that despite not approving to proceed with the two-storey units on top of that amenities blocks, can you confirm 2 points, please? Is there a current and valid DA approved on those two unit blocks on top of that? And then the second part of the question, if the answer is yes to that, then this is the question about the life of a DA, and is there potential for it to become a zombie DA that sits there until it's activated by commencement of works? And if works are to be undertaken on the amenities block underneath, does that constitute a substantial commencement of works, thus affirming the currency of the DA in perpetuity?
Mr. Thorogood.
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor, yes, there is still a DA that was approved by council for those amenities and units. Regarding your second question, look, ultimately only the Land and Environment Court can make a decision on whether a DA remains valid or not. What I would say is if work was undertaken on the amenities that was consistent with the approved DA, then yes, that would represent substantial commencement of that DA. I would also say that, noting what's in this report, we don't intend to do any such works at this point in time.
Thank you for that. And just one question, another question about the nexus. So there's an explanation about the local infrastructure contributions plan, formerly known as the developer contributions, and referring to page 28, there's an explanation about a nexus statement of what is, and I was just wondering, what is the context for determining that there is no nexus? Like, is it legal or policy or subjective? And then following on from page 29, where legally restrictive is bolded, is that restricted once the plan is adopted? So I'm asking, what is how you said there's the nexus statement, there's no nexus, and what is the criteria for determining that there is no nexus? Is it legal, is it policy, or is it subjective? This was an argument used by the Save Crescent Head car park because of the 109 unit houses that would have an increase on that car park. I'm just wondering what's the criteria for determining that nexus?
Yes, so the nexus work was done through the development of the local infrastructure contributions plan, and the nexus is in effect spelt out by the connection from the intended growth and the projects that you find at the back of that list, which have then become endorsed. So the nexus is capable of being, I suppose, flexed, varied, depending on what happens in the next 5 years with regards to growth, with regards to other works that council may undertake, but that it will need to be reviewed and a new plan put in place to enable a new nexus to be established.
Copy that. So my understanding, just to confirming, it's not, there's no legal thing that says there is no nexus. It is based on, that plan, and it can be amended later.
I suspect if there was a legal test, it would be the one common law test around reasonableness. So would the man in the pub think that there is a link between the development and something that was in the back of the local infrastructure contribution to the plan.
Thank you. And then one final question. On page 28, it says construction of a new building. What am I missing? What's the new building? This is for the Horseshoe Bay one.
Through you, Madam Mayor, the building referred to on the Horseshoe Bay master plan is the proposed cafe / restaurant that's located essentially on the top of the ridgeline in the master plan. Councillors have previously asked for advice on this. I can probably restate for the record that the advice provided to councillors is we are currently considering what the viability of that building might look like and whether there's any real likelihood that the venture would be a success if we move forward with it. I would say that there's no intent to move forward with that building in the short to medium term, and the report notes that there could be some conflicts between the space required for the planned parking and that building footprint.
So final question then. Actually, never say never. No question, a confirmation question. Is that the community hub?
Correct. That is the building that was labelled community hub when consulted upon.
Are there any further questions? Councillor Pakes and Councillor Selby.
Yeah, my question's around the existing DA and the potential of the assessment of the building, whether DA modification might be in play or possible, given that it's still within the footprint, etc. Is if the existing DA could be modified to fit the new scope of works.
Through you, Madam Mayor, were structural works to be required on the building after our assessment that requires the DA, then yes, the preferred path forward would be to modify the existing DA rather than put a new one in.
Councillor Selby.
Yeah, just with the cabins, right, putting there, this question is, what would the depreciation be between what we've got there now and the cabins?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I'll take that on notice because I'll dig up the figures that were previously provided to councillors in a briefing that showed that the net result from memory of those cabins was around increase in income after the depreciation and the cost of the cabins had been taken out of it. So they would return more than their cost over the lifespan of the cabin.
But that's in 10 years, isn't it?
That was over a 10-year period, I believe, but I'll supply the exact numbers.
Councillor Selby, just be wary of your commentary back to staff.
I never mentioned staff.
I think you're escaping the intent of what I just said. If there's no further discussion, would you like to close debate?
I just had one question, just coming back to Councillor Wyatt's discussions with staff around the legal nexus questions and around the infrastructure. It's just a bit confusing for me. So, because the CEO mentioned about the Horseshoe Bay car park and that the general fund would have to fund that. Is that correct? So I'm just wondering why the development, so local infrastructure contributions can't pay for that.
Yeah, so there's no reason for this car park to be done to service the growth that's undertaken in South West Rocks. So the reason for undertaking the elements that are specified in your local contributions plan have that nexus, that link. So growth has taken place here, which means that wider footpaths are required or XYZ. There's no mention of the car park in your list of works that you wish to undertake. My conversations with councillors and community is that there's always been parking stress in that area, and that's driven by the visitor economy, not driven by the need from housing growth in South West Rocks.
Thank you. Is there further questions?
Yes.
Oh, Councillor Selby.
I note in here that road network improvements, Gilbert Corey Street, widening Gordon Young to Marlin Drive, is estimated to cost X amount. As council aware, I've been told that there is development going on there in that area. There's been a company from Newcastle has come up to go through it all and have a look. Wouldn't it be better if we save that money and wait until development's done and get the developer contributions?
Mr. Medal.
So what was listed in your report is the projects which are spelled out in the local infrastructure contributions plan that you signed off at the end of last year. So this is council's clearly stated priorities to be delivered between 25 and 29. So there is some flexibility there. They will need to be included in the long-term financial plan, and council will have a look at what developments are on the books so that we can time that. I don't want to do road improvement works and have them trashed by a developer bringing big trucks through.
Yeah, you, Councillor Wyatt.
Yeah, I'm speaking a little bit against the notice of motion. I mean, not the notice of motion, the agenda. I fully agree. I actually fully agree with everything there, except that I don't feel at the moment, unless I can be helped, I just don't feel like I have enough information, and I'm very confused about Crescent Head, as I think probably community out there is as well. I've got like a 22-page document where I have cut and pasted a whole bunch of information associated with Crescent Head going back to 2020. It includes briefings, notices of motion, or agenda items, all sorts of stuff. I just don't feel that I can make an informed decision specifically around Crescent Head, which is unfortunate because I do support the rest of this, unless perhaps council might provide a table or a list or help me understand so I can help explain that to the community. But I base my responsibility in this chamber of making an informed decision using the best information I have available at hand to make that decision. And just because of the Crescent Head one there, I just don't feel confident. But if council want to help me become confident by offering, to explain that later, I'm happy to endorse it, but I'm just not sure at this point.
Any comments from staff? No. Councillor Coburn, would you like to close debate?
Through you, Madam Mayor. Again, I'd like to just reinforce the work that's been done by the team to identify this. It's much more fleshed out than I had ever imagined when I asked for a report back. But I think what it's underpinned is what the CEO has alluded to, that we have endorsed plans previously, and it underpins that they haven't been strategically placed into operating plans, budgeting moving forward. And it does underpin the lack of that planning. So with that in mind, I feel overall this is a good projection forward. It is strategic, particularly looking into the future. I've had a lot of phone calls, a lot of people talking to me about it locally, of course. I'm very confused about the $10 million nexus amount. I've tried to explain to them that covers the full amount to complete a full sporting area 16 years down the track. Now, 16 years down the track, we don't know what the demographics of South West Rocks will look like. But even taking that into consideration, we can save a lot of money by purchasing that land, and it gives council ownership of some land to potentially make the correct decisions moving forward. Even if it does go ahead as a sporting precinct, there will have to be a master plan created, an extensive community consultation to make sure that that decision is right. This is just an exploratory exercise at the moment anyway to see if that land will be suitable, and it will have to go through its due diligence anyway. The commentary that I get locally is, of course, particularly around that Horseshoe Bay foreshore area. It's 7 + 8 years since the community were spoken to about that plan, and it gets hammered. It really does. Everybody goes there. It's so highly valued by this community and by our visitor economy, and it does reflect back onto council's reputation, and it also reflects back through the visitors' commentary about it being a little bit tired and a little bit sad. I can see the forethought that's gone into this by the CEO by trying to develop the town centre domain plan with the funding that will be available from the rollover of the developer contribution plan, which will link critically into that area, and will create a beautiful space truly for community, and will only enhance, I think, our visitor economy. So in that context, I think that future planning is very important. Clearly, now that we're talking about the possibility of using the land on Landsborough Street, which has always been sitting in for demolition since I started as a councillor, it is CBD land. It is really important to the community that it gets used for community, I believe, and I think that a business partnership with a developer may give a terrific outcome for the community. And if it can accommodate a community hub, it then takes, that may create a revision of the possible community hub / cafe area that would exist down in that beach area. I think what it offers the community is cohesion. It offers the community some results. South West Rocks has contributed through the developer contribution funds for years towards the whole Shire. It's never complained about that. It's been happy to do that. And I commend Council for now recognising that South West Rocks is a massive growth area. There'll be a lot of money coming into our area which will contribute and benefit the entire LGA moving forward. We can't calculate that. We have to make very conservative assumptions moving forward in our long-term financial plan, but we will be able to provide a lot more housing, a lot more people will move into the area, and it's important that we think about that moving forward. We talk about intergenerational equity, and I think this truly speaks to that. I know there is concerns around the financial burden that it may create, but I think one thing will offset the other thing. We do have very smart teams that work within our organisation, and I think it can be managed. So I really commend this to my colleagues.
Thank you, Councillor Coburn. I'll now put the motion. Is there any dissent? There is 2 dissenting. The motion is carried. We'll now break for morning tea until 11:20. councillors. We're back on, so please come to order. We're now at 11.5, which is the Tree Canopy. Do we have a mover for that one? Councillor Bain. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Lawrence. Councillor Bain, would you like to open debate?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, I would like to very much reiterate what Mr. Walker said at the public forum yesterday afternoon, and express the appreciation that the tree and vegetation policy preamble, which was approved in November 2024, has actually been given some power and means something. It highlights to me the importance of when we, as councillors, because I put that notice of motion up in November, that we be very careful about the language we use. So using the word considers, and I know it's been on a number of issues that I've had feedback from community, and that you know, we got this thing through but nothing's happened on it, and it was because we used the word consider. And I know that using, you know, sometimes people feel they feel uncomfortable with directing, but I guess as councillors, that's our role. We have to take that responsibility and step up. So, but I very much appreciate the fact that Mr. Medal met with the group who I worked with to develop that preamble, and listened to them and has taken action. And there's a very strong feeling that I'm getting from community that council, there has been a change in culture, and that council are more accessible, more transparent, and more community oriented. And I think that shows in the in the public forum last night. We had 6 speakers, and only one of them was speaking against any notice of motion. So I think we've turned a corner in community support, and I really thank the executive leadership team and CEO for the work they've done on this, and I'm looking forward to seeing more trees. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bain, and I echo your sentiments there. I can definitely feel a shift in the community towards council, and I really applaud Mr. Medal's leadership in engaging with the community in an open and transparent way. I haven't seen anything come through that he hasn't been willing to meet or chat or make himself available for, so thank you. Is there any questions or discussions on this one? Councillor Wyatt, I think you pulled this one out.
Yes, please. I have a statement for and questions, but I was asked, can I talk about can I sort of say why I'm supporting it? So I've got a headache. Can I make a statement about supporting it and then questions, because they relate to the statement?
Yep, that's fine.
Okay, it'll only be a minute. All right, so the attachment 11.5.1 reads as a statement of policy, principles and objectives, rather than specifically a tree preservation or a vegetation management policy as such. So I'm just seeking clarification on the intent of 11.5.1 and whether this document is intended to be like a high level statement of principles or a tree preservation policy or part of a broader vegetation management framework. And I'm sort of seeking clarification on the management of trees generally, both native and exotic, as there's several primary functions within local government, which is stated in the actual paper around tree risk and public safety, tree preservation, landscaping requirements, which are in the DCP, asset protection and liability management, and then urban heat mitigation and heat island considerations. I just wanted some clarity on those functional areas, particularly given the risk, the liability, the planning controls and climate resilience considerations. I'm certainly not opposed to it, and I commend the community for bringing it to us, but I just would like some questions around intent and clarity, if I may.
Mr. Medal.
Thank you.
Sorry, I do have a question. Sorry, I've written down my question. Sorry. Oh yeah. Okay. What is the intent, and where does it fit into a policy? As I know, it's not actually added in the policy document on 11.5.2. So where will we see that statement?
So you will not see a statement unless you choose to make this a clear council policy. The intent of this is to clearly direct staff in their policy formulation work. So whether that's in the biodiversity strategy, climate adaptation and mitigation plans, this will now inform direction rather than just be something that an author can say they have considered. This will actually drive the direction, and people who are preparing future work for council will need to demonstrate that they have considered and gone beyond that in terms of you being able to see the difference that this policy has made to our community and the policies that we will bring forward in time. My meeting with the group, the initial offer I made was just to bring this through and get some certainty for staff as to whether they just needed to consider it and discard it, or whether this was something that would drive policy, and the intent is that this will drive policy. And the second one was to influence what I could do as a very short measure, a very quick measure rather, in terms of our own tree management, but the door's still open with the group for what are the next steps that we can take in rolling this out. And Mr. Walker spoke last night around works on nature strips and so on. I'm happy to continue those conversations and see where we can find common ground to keep moving that forward, because I think this really contributes to so many different things, including livability, that I really need to drive home for our community, just so that I can get people here to come and work with us to live the streetscape, to manage climate adaptation and mitigation. So that's the thinking behind it, that it will become a driver for council policy.
Okay, as a driver for council policy, so if we adopt those 14 points and that preamble, will that sort of be will that be a preamble that will then feature in vegetation and tree risk management and tree policies?
So whoever is then drafting those future policies will need to be informed by the content of this document.
That's what I was looking for. Thank you. And just on 11.5.2, whether 11.5.2 is intended to be council's primary policy addressing tree risk management, landscaping, all those issues that arose in the business paper itself. Is it the only?
That's our operational policy for trees on public access areas. So it's just a low-level operational policy. It's not. I'm not aware of any high-level council policy, if in terms of one set by this body as opposed to one that's just agreed by ELT.
So where does other issues relating to tree management, like landscaping or identification of hazardous trees, or monitoring program of hazardous trees, where do they sit in terms of a policy? Or are you saying that those type of things are dealt with either through the the DCP, and just standard operating procedures within what council does on BAU, business as usual?
Yeah, so I'll defer to my colleagues on that if there's anything that I'm missing. The policy you've got there is how we deal with things on our land. We don't have there's a policy around the development control plan. There will be various things where we can influence, but we don't directly deal with the management of trees on private land.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I just point out, relating to the second part of your question, this policy talks about the policy position of how we deal with hazards and the inspection regime and how we evaluate hazards. That's in the policy document in front of you. This is a policy position. So internally in our policy framework, we have policies, procedures, and then guidelines and handbooks and so on like that. So this document is intended essentially to set out the internal law, the musts and must not do's, not the how those things are done.
just to confirm, so you would have a standard operating procedure that would require an arborist to go out and do monitoring inspection program of all trees on council land, and that is something along those lines. Because to me, I'm really not trying to trip you up or be obstructionist. I'm just seeking clarification. That looks a bit lean to me. That's all I'm saying, is it looks lean. Now, I know that you have operating procedures. I know that you have business as usual, but what I see black and white in front of me looks lean.
Do you have a question there?
It looks lean.
So I'm actually surprised how long it is. It's much longer than I'd be used to, because policies are normally 2 pages and then your procedures and guidelines sit underneath it. So I know my experience with the state government, I was given I think it was a 160-page document around lone worker safety policy. It was completely unintelligible. We had a 2-page one, but it was then informed by what was in procedures and what was in our guidelines to operationalise that. So there is a suite of other documents that take forward. I think you may have experienced a different approach, but I think the work that you're asking is done in another way.
Thank you for that. So the answer to my question was yes. There's legislation, policy, procedures. So the answer is yes. So thank you.
Councillor Pakes. Councillor Saul.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think that the question has been partially answered by the CEO saying that this relates only to public land, not. So my second question would be, do you think in time this would influence management on private land?
I would love to see us get to a position where we were able to influence others and increase the level of tree canopy in the Shire.
Sorry.
Councillor Pakes.
Does the policy speak to retrospectivity? So say you've had a riverbank project where you planted a bucket load of trees there and you need to remove some. Is there any retrospective counting of trees, the 2-for-1 option? So you may have you can see the area I'm considering.
Yeah, so it will come into effect once the ELT agree the policy. I'm just putting it forward that do I have your support to include that? We can wear the minor financial impost of going from 1-to-1 to 2-to-1. So if you're happy with that, ELT will update the policy and then it will come into effect from whatever date that gets signed off.
Is there further discussion on this one? Would you like to close debate, Councillor Bain?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I think the fact that the history of how this came about was I asked council staff in 23, I think late 23, whether we had a tree and vegetation policy. The answer was simply no. And so I engaged with the group in the community that were interested in developing it. And then I was later informed that all of it was covered in the DCP tree management. And we noted that most of it was reactive rather than proactive. So we did that body of work. Thank you, colleagues and council, for the support in November 2024. And it's great to know that the purpose was to inform the policymakers that these would be the direction that we wanted to go in. I noticed that the review of the DCP it led to quite a bit of discussion with that particular group of people, and there was some dissatisfaction. But I went through the DCP and I saw a lot of links to that policy preamble and objectives. So yeah, I think it's really a great move by council. I think it's a progressive forward move, and discovering yesterday that council have now employed an arborist so that tree management will be less costly when we've got someone on staff who's got the expertise to assess and manage trees. I think in the world of climate change and the importance of urban heat canopy, all of those things that are in the policy and preamble are really, really important, and I look forward to seeing to Kempsey becoming a leafier shire. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bain. I'll now put the motion. Is there any dissent? There is one dissenting. We'll now move to item 11.6, which is the organisational values. Do we have a mover for this one? Councillor Pakes, a seconder. Councillor Coburn. Councillor Pakes, would you like to open debate?
Yeah, I'd put this to fellow councillors as a fantastic move by ELT, specifically our CEO, to bring the organisation into a new phase. And I think this is absolutely how us as councillors should be bringing our community with us as well. So the reason this is put to us is to put us all on the same page, so councillors and staff are all operating under the same focus, and ultimately what we focus on is what we will achieve. And I hope that these points bring staff together. They make us collaborate, accountable, respect, integrity, nurturing, and growth. They are all fantastic aspirations for anyone in our community to take on. So to lead it through council is a good thing. And ultimately, I think the most important part to me as a person is the care part, because I wouldn't be a councillor if I didn't care. And caring for your community, your teammates, your environment, the future of the Shire, the financial future, that is exactly what we're in this room for. So, yeah, I absolutely commend this to my fellow councillors. And I hope there's a lot of, there's unanimous support for it, one, but I hope there's a lot of positive speak towards this, because we will lead the way of it and our community will follow. So I absolutely commend the CEO for bringing this to us, and yeah, look forward to the debate, positive debate on this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Pakes. That was a great introduction to the motion. Would councillors like to ask any questions or make any contributions to this motion? Councillor Bain?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, I'd like to speak in favour of this. I think if we have a new set of organisational values that apply to staff, I think as councillors we should absolutely welcome the participation and the adoption of those same values. That value of collaboration that we and I think we're seeing the changes that it's making, where we're working with community. I can and accountability. I think the development of the performance management framework and the KPIs really does bring home the accountability aspect. Respectful behaviour from councillors to staff, from staff to staff, from councillors to councillors is really, really important. And the fact that we treat, even though sometimes community don't treat us with respect, we should always be treating community with respect. Integrity, I would almost say it goes without saying, but you've got to say it. It's like that integrity, that we keep confidentiality on matters that are confidential, that we speak our truth when that's what's needed, nurturing each other, helping each other, and working as a team. And for me, I consider myself a reasonably experienced councillor now, and so those councillors that aren't as clear on governance or procedure, it feels to me that if I can help do that, that's improving the overall functionality of council, of elected members, and growth. And I am committed to that ongoing continuous improvement. As councillors, we have a legislative requirement to keep building our skill base and building our knowledge, committing to training and education. And we've got the cultural awareness program coming up next week, which is really, really exciting. Great work with Councillor White and I doing the executive leadership development. There are so many opportunities through OLG and local government New South Wales. I commend to my colleagues that we use the allocation that we've got for training and professional development through our researching our own needs and taking on board that we all need to improve our game. if anyone tells me that they've learned enough, then I don't think there's a place for them either on staff or on council. We all need to learn more, and so growth. And I kind of like the acronym, like the overall acronym CARING. It's very cleverly done, and helps us to remember and keep focused. So I welcome a new level of organisational values, and I hope that we can all take it on board and work together collaboratively. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bain. Councillor Coburn.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I would also like to support this motion. And I think it was really great that during your communication with staff, that it was actually staff that came back and asked this question, and it's a very valid question to ask. And I think the fact that we all reflect the same values really reinforces to staff that we share those same values with them. And I believe these values do really have that overarching impact on the community. So I just wanted to make that comment that I'm really glad that staff brought this forward, and I feel strongly that we should support the staff so that they understand that we understand where they're coming from too. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Coburn. Councillor Saul.
Just a question, Madam Mayor, if I may, please. To the CEO, would this stifle debate if we were to endorse this?
I'm not sure how any of the values would conflict with your ability to debate. I just see perhaps they might frame them in terms of acting with respect in the chamber. You may have different views on different issues, but I think the way you come to a decision, if that's more collaborative, that will be a good thing. But no, I don't think it influences the way you would debate in the chamber.
Is there any other contributions to be made on this one? I think it would. If not, Councillor Pakes, would you like to close debate?
Yeah, I'll close debate by speaking just on my personal reflection on the staff that we interact with and us supporting them, us as councillors supporting them. This absolutely speaks to the level of work that we see by ELT week in, week out. And it is a phenomenal amount of work, not just the CEO, all the ELT, and all the people that we don't see, the guys that watch online. This is a supporting motion for those people. But it goes beyond that. It's actually a supporting motion for every staff member by councillors. So I put it to everyone in this room that this is a supporting a motion to every staff member on Kempsey Shire Council. And we are with you. We are all in this together. And I absolutely commend this to my fellow councillors.
Thank you, Councillor Pakes. Before I put the motion, I'll just change how we take a vote, and I'll just ask all councillors to say aye, or what if you want to say the other contrary to that, you're welcome to. But if you could just say out loud, I think that would be a bit more of a show of solidarity rather than taking dissent. So I'll now put the motion. All those in favour? Contrary? No. The motion is carried. We'll now move to item 12.1, notice of motion development application process, which was put forward by Councillor Wyatt. And I do thank Councillor Wyatt for her collaboration on this one. So if you'll move that one, Councillor Wyatt, and I'm happy to second. So if you'd like to open debate, Councillor Wyatt.
Yeah, thank you. I thank you too, actually. You helped me tone it down. So I thank you too. It's good. In this business paper, item 11.7 has a regular standing item that's reported every quarter on the development application LEP variations reports. And whenever these reports have been prepared and presented in business papers, I've consistently raised questions over my 2 terms, and I think the previous director would just like roll his eyes every time I would ask questions. He'd think, here she comes again with more questions. But it helped me understand the process. I've asked about, the deemed refusal provisions, which allow applicants to proceed to the Land Environment Court if there is deemed refusal within 107 days. Now, people don't often take that up, but it is certainly there, and it has 2 significant consequences. One is there is a legal cost created there's a legal cost with those unplanned budget pressures, and then the decision making is taken out of local hands and put into Land Environment Court. When those reports have come, they've always outlined the reasons for the delays around external referrals to agencies, internal resources associated with staffing and resourcing constraints, and then there's broader industry-wide workforce shortages. And I think it's interesting to note that in response to those workforce shortages in the professions, that there is a big concern effort to encourage greater enrolment into town planning degrees, and that both engineering and planning professionals are recognised as a skills shortage for immigration purposes. So there's an industry-wide shortage there. Specifically, I've asked about like clarity on the referrals, particularly with the RFS, and that there was no way for council to sort of get a bit of a hurry up on that and the process to manage those referrals, competitive tables across the quarters to have a clearer view on those trends, inclusion of certified data, which is there, and advice on whether council actively promotes the use of certifiers. And in the May 2025 meeting, staff advised in the plan, in the business paper, that they were reviewing development application assessment and approval process to improve lodgement and determination timeframes, including rejecting incomplete applications and streamlining those vetting processes. And that review has now gone into a formal design and development and into a process, which is also now reflected in the CEO's performance agreement. So that's really elevating those concerns and taking a proactive approach to those concerns that have come up time and time again, which is really good. We discuss this all the time. Development is vital for economic growth and vibrancy of Kempsey and supporting local businesses, jobs and the community. And it's essential that council undertakes the DA assessment process that is lawful, efficient and effective. Developers need to clearly understand their obligations and ensure that proposals are lawful and efficient, and they don't not overburden them with too much cost because of administrative process, that unnecessary red tape and clunky processes are reduced, and development needs to not compromise the liability and livability, future liability, statutory requirements, and it needs to provide quality outcomes for the consumers of that development. So that's the context. So my notice of motion is recommendations are seeking two things: is a corporate reflection on its development and assessment delivery process, like the redesign process that is underway, which is looking at how to improve that timeliness and consistency and customer experience, as well as feedback arising from the recent business breakfast and any strategic risks or resources pressures that council is requiring council's awareness for future consideration. That's the first part of the recommendation. And the second one is just an oversight on the progression of that redesign process for the development application and assessment approval process, and information shared at that business breakfast, just in the interests of broader transparency. Full stop.
Done. Thank you, Councillor Wyatt. Is there any discussion on this one or questions? Councillor Pakes.
My question is probably to Director Hood, new Director Hood. This, with your new position, I know this is request the CEO to, but this would fall into your realm of influence. Is this something that could be a step forward to improving DA application times or the process? And can you add anything to what's there?
Mr. Hood.
As you mentioned, new Director Hood. So thanks for your question, Councillor Pax. It's hard for me to gauge the impact without getting myself fully across the current processes and their restrictions. So I don't see anything here that would be problematic in terms of following that up. I'm pretty keen to get into the guts of the detail with CEO Mr. Medal. So hard for me to anticipate what the impact would be, but I support looking into this further and getting across it. So I don't see anything here that would give me cause to object. Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Pakes. Councillor Bain.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, I'm speaking in favour of the notice of motion. In my conversations, and in terms of integrity, these aren't private conversations. These are, having a chat down the pub kind of conversations with people that are involved in development. The concerns are around the no brown paper bags here, nothing to be seen. That the importance for developers of certainty, and when they're investing money and planning building in our shire, they really need that certainty, and there has been significant dissatisfaction in the timeframes. And I understand the constraints around recruitment of planners, and not only recruitment, it's also the retention of planners, of saying that that we can, because the private sector is so attractive in lots of ways that we can't compete with. The feedback I've had since the developer breakfast is again very positive. That the feeling that in conversations I'm involved with is that there is a clear intent, and I think this notice of motion really reiterates that clear intent, that the actions improving timelines and consistency are really, really important, and noting as well that those improving that process is a KPI for members of the ELT. So yeah, I have no hesitation in encouraging my colleagues to support this notice of motion. Martingby, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bain. Councillor Pakes and then Councillor Coburn.
I'm going to speak for this motion. Yeah, I absolutely support the context of this motion in regards to the development equals prosperity. When people get their DAs through, that puts people to work in our valley, and it's good. It's good for a lot of elements of our community. So does this say that we are trying to progress our community? Yes, it does. Empowering our CEO to make, to assess and make it better. That's great. I think our community has called out for that. Now, during the election campaign, this was the number one thing that came up to me. People were contacting me in regards to the DA application time. Now, I get the staff issues, I get all that stuff, but looking at it with a different lens, specifically with a new CEO and a new director, it has to be a step forward, and even just the approach and the feedback from the engagement at Slim Dusty for the business breakfast was outstanding. But there's more to do. The job's not done. It's only just the beginning. So yeah, I look forward to changes that emotions like this, but also the ELT bring in this area. And I would absolutely note that this is a support for staff at the ground, at the customer face level. These are the guys that are doing the work, and this is an attempt to support them to make their job easier and make the process easier. So yeah, I commend Councillor White for bringing this to council.
Thank you, Councillor Pakes. Councillor Coburn.
May I ask a question? I'd like to ask a question. One thing that stood out to me in this is around that customer experience. What I'd like to know through this process is those customer follow-ups that come through to us as councillors, for example, those follow-ups where observations from members of the public have noted the activities that are happening that perhaps step outside of the DA process and the decisions that were made within that DA. And I know that sometimes those observations are really worthwhile, particularly in things like tree removal, that sort of thing. I'd just like to know, will that data, that follow-up data, be also captured and considered as part of this report?
Mr. Medal.
No, that sits outside the development assessment process. So the work you've asked me to do is around the statutory process. Similarly, while we've been dealing with this, we've also been putting more resources into the compliance space. So we had a particular compliance challenge last year with the staff member who's no longer with us because of that. We have recruited to that role now and have someone who's really good in that role. So we've doubled our capacity in that area. So if you've got compliance matters, please feel more confident that they'll get followed up, but it is a separate but linked process. So if it's a a breach of a condition. So somebody's got a condition saying they've got to do X, Y, and Z, then that follows on from the DA process rather than being part of it.
Thank you. Councillor Saul?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Question to the CEO, please. The motion as written, you're quite happy how that's been set out? Because you did have a comment at the back there. That's why I just want to make sure that that's not making more work or making difficult for the staff.
No, I'm happy with the motion as put. I thank the two elected members involved for brokering a solution, and happy to move forward on that basis.
Caring in action. Sorry, can't help myself. I guess my want to collaborate with Councillor White on this one is that I think it's important as elected members that we show support for the work that we've instructed the CEO to do. We can't just assume that just because we've said something, it comes into being. We should, as a collective, come together and make a decision that supports that work. And I welcome a report that actually provides us the opportunity to further support that if more resources or things are needed for Mr. Metal to do that job. I think we should have the opportunity to support him in that as well. I thank you, Councillor White, for being collaborative. Would you like to close debate?
Yeah, thank you for that. Just simply, I just liken this to an evolutionary process of continuous improvement. Call it what we want, but for me, the context is called a merry process. So we monitor performance, we ask evaluation questions, we make improvements, and we report. And I acknowledge that Council has well and truly responded to the needs of the community, industry, developers, consultants, and consumers, and we are definitely embedded in that process of evaluating, reporting, and improving. So thank you, and encourage my colleagues to support it.
Thank you, Councillor White. I'll now put the motion. Is there any dissent? There is no dissent. We'll now move to 12.2, Notice of Motion Compliance and Service Delivery Summer Season. Councillor White, would you like to move? Do you have a seconder? Councillor Selby, Councillor White, would you like to open debate?
Yes. So I thought you said, did you want Councillor Selby to open debate? Sorry. Yeah, no worries. This notice of motion is just about is about what, like, a simple but important responsibility is understanding how well we are delivering services and undertaking that compliance activities during the busiest time of year. And it's just a follow on. It's just using the same analogy as previous about that monitoring, evaluating, reporting, and improving. So our coastal towns, particularly Crescent Head and South West Rocks, experience a significant surge in visitors over summer. And tourism is vital for our community, and especially those coastal ones, and it supports small businesses, hospitality, employment, and the broader vibrancy of our shire. But with that insurge of tourism comes an expectation that public amenities are clean, waste is managed, picnic areas maintained, and compliance issues are addressed promptly and professionally. So this notice of motion asks for two reports. First is just a review of the service delivery in those coastal visitor precincts during the 25-26 season, like what worked well, what didn't, what issues were observed, what lessons were learnt to improve future peak season planning. And the second one is on the ranger and compliance operations across the Shire over the last financial year and this financial year to date, again, focusing on those performances, the challenges and the lessons learnt. Last year, we received an excellent briefing from the Manager of Development Compliance team, and that session gave us, or for me, genuine insight into the scope and complexity of the ranger function and the competing demands, the constraints and the realities of the enforcement across the Shire that is large and diverse. And importantly, that briefing, for me, that briefing directed informed subsequent decisions of council, including the CEO's recommendation regarding the coastal car parking. In other words, from that briefing, we were provided with clear operational information that we could make better and informed decisions. And so this notice of motion follows that same principle, is that I'm seeking some transparent reporting on how our services are performed during the peak summer season and how our range of compliance says functions are operating across the Shire, not to criticise, but to genuinely understand, to learn and to plan appropriately or properly. It is good information. If good information's led to sound policy outcomes last year, then it stands to reason a structured review of this summer's operations will strengthen our decision making again. So again, it's not about a criticism at all. It's about evidence informed decision makers. I mean, in January this year alone, personally, I received 26 complaints from the members of the Crescent Head community. I undertook site inspections. I spoke with local business owners, and there was clearly a perception in parts of that community that council's operational response during peak season wasn't keeping pace with demand from their perspective. At the same time, we need to understand the operational realities regarding staffing levels and budget constraints and the legal responsibilities under the Local Government Act and the regs, and any structural barriers that limit our flexibility. So that's like the big context. And then if local businesses can adapt to the seasonal demand, we should at least examine whether or not our own service model is appropriately calibrated to do the same. This notice of motion, in my opinion, has no financial impact. It just seeks information that is clear, transparent and evidence-based reporting so that councillors and council can make informed decision about the service levels, our operation plan and our long-term financial plan. And if we want to protect our reputation as a destination and support our local economy, we need to ensure that our peak season performance matches community and visitor expectations, and I'm seeking your support in strengthening our understanding and improving the planning and ensuring that we deliver a standard that the community expects and deserves. If we don't, we run that risk, we run reputational risk, which could have the opposite effect of attracting visitors to our area. But that is the intent of my notice of motion. Thank you.
Thank you. The bells have been a bit wacko today. In my tech, yeah, it's like quadruple bell today. It's like whipping you further along right there at the end. Any discussion, any questions on this notice of motion, Councillor Pakes?
Yeah, my question's to Mr. Medal. Does this overlap some of your work you might have done for the engagement of a contractor to do coastside ranger works or anything like that? Does that overlap, or have you collected any data in relation to that previously?
No, this is completely separate because the coastal parking management will be an outsourced service rather than part of our existing services. I think where there might have been an overlap was if this council had ever geared itself up for the holiday season or for the events that we see in that season. That's where I've noticed the gap. That if I had the resources, I would deploy more at this time of year. There's been some flex in the services, but we're gearing up to try something different at Easter and then see if that will work. And then if it does, we'll roll that out later in the year, but that will all be captured as part of this report.
And can I just, I would speak for this. I think it is about having data to make decisions on, and I speak for it in the intent that it doesn't create an overburden of data required to collection of data from the CEO or the staff who do the work, because ultimately data should inform decision making, and that's what it's about. And I've said that consistently around pretty much every project. If we've got data around it, we can make good decisions. So yeah, I agree with the sentiment of it, and I would refer back to the briefing we did receive last year, and it was very informative, And I think if it doesn't change the direction of your spending and decision making around what was actually occurring back then, I think things have changed a little bit since then. So that's a good thing. And yeah, so to check back in with that data is a good thing.
Thank you, Councillor Pakes. Any more discussion on this one?
A question, Madam Mayor, please.
Councillor Saul.
Thank you. Just to clarify the CEO, once the report's been done and report back to council, where do you see that going from here? Is there any intent to do anything differently or anything to the case, or just for information only, just so we know we're not making extra work or making a rod for your own back.
So the bulk of the work here will be in collecting the information that's being sought, because that is a manual process to get things like parking or illegal camping information from the system. We can access our CRM to get hold of the complaints we've received. I'll provide the reports to council, but that will be as far as it goes at your level. That data will then inform what ELT need to do in terms of operationalising that information and learning from it, noting that I would have no flexibility beyond what I've already got within the budget. So if the report says we need to have a concierge system at each of our main resorts to provide help to visitors and so on, then that would be an unfunded item that I would have to then bring back to you and seek the resourcing to make those improvements.
Any further discussion, Councillor Coburn?
Yeah, I also support this. I agree with Councillor Pakes. It's really good to get that data and information. And I know we talked about the follow-ups that are done with businesses, the meetings that are had with businesses. And I think this connects really strategically into forming direction in these coastal areas. The business feedback that I receive really helps me form where I'm thinking and how I can best represent my community. And I think it would be really good to be able to get all that feedback together. And I think the information will lead us forward in a positive direction. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Coburn. If there's no speakers against, Councillor White, would you like to close debate?
I'll close the debate. Thank you.
I'll now put the motion. Is there any dissent? There is no dissent. The motion is carried. Councillor Wyatt, would you like to move? You'll notice the motion 12.3, Kempsey Community Service Directory. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Coburn, Councillor Wyatt, would you please open debate?
Thank you. The purpose of this notice of motion is to ensure that Kempsey Shire residents and visitors can have access to current, well-maintained and fit for purpose community service directory. And I really thank Lindsay yesterday for the public forum presentation about leadership, collaboration and enabling our community. I thought he spoke exceptionally well, and thank you really for that. So in December at the community meeting regarding the Mid-North Coast Local Health District with their mental health redesign process, there was 4 outcomes that emerged, and one of them was around this: like, people are struggling to navigate to find local services, and a strong accessible community directory was identified as a practical and achievable solution around this. Like, we already have that community directory, and you can Google it, operating within the Shire. It's called My Community Directory, and it is a respected like the My Community Directory itself, like as an organisation, is a respected health promotion charity platform that allows services to list their details, events and supports. But at present, ours is not really prominent on the website. On our website, it's there as a tile. It's not actively promoted, and there's no structured effort to ensure local providers are engaged to keep their current information content. When I review the directory, I find it difficult to navigate. Local services are buried amongst statewide listings. There's no oversight. The links are broken. There's outdated phone numbers. Like, some organisations don't even exist. Some organisations aren't even there. A responsibility for the accuracy sits within those organisations themselves. I just want to be clear, that is not council's responsibility to compile or maintain the directory. It sits with the organisations themselves. But it just means that the information isn't updated, and our community can pay the price for that, particularly vulnerable people seeking sort of healthcare or housing support or food relief or counselling or emergency assistance. There's also information in there about things like scouting organisations and sports and all those other types of services, i.e. it's a community directory. So this notice of motion isn't about creating a new program. It's not creating a significant financial burden than what is already allocated. It simply asks that we place the directory quite prominently on the homepage, maybe up the top using the colours that it is, whatever that looks like for you. And we undertake like a targeted engagement campaign to encourage the community organisations to update their listings. And there's dozens of forums. Council has its own forums. Mayor has a massive outreach as well. There's interagency forums within the networks that have about 160 people on that list, so we can do that. And just promote the directory so that our community knows that it exists. I think this aligns directly with our operational plan by building connection and supporting community and collaboration with partners. Access to accurate information isn't a luxury, and for people, many people, particularly those experiencing a crisis or are new to the community, they have no idea where to go. They're not from here, whatever that looks like. If someone can't find the right phone number or the right service or the right referral pathway they need, the consequences can be real and immediate. I think this is a practical and low cost impact action that demonstrates leadership and responsiveness back to our community. I just wanted to address, oh no, that's okay, I'll end it there. Thank you. And I encourage you to support this notice of motion in the public interest, please.
Thank you, Councillor Wyatt. Is there any discussion on this, Councillor Pakes?
I just got a question to the CEO. Is there there's no expense associated to being listed on this?
So the expense sits with council.
So can I continue? Yeah, so maintaining your information and so on. Say I'm a doctor and I have a business in Kempsey. I send my details and log in, no cost to the client. Would it be something that could have a nominal cost to recuperate? No?
It's not our platform. It's not our service. We subscribe to it, so we have no control. That's the challenge. Along with most of the other councils in our region, we're looking to pull out of this service because it's no longer fit for purpose. So that's my commentary in the admin comment. Most of the GMs are fed up with the level of service that we're getting from the provider. When I put in searches on that, I get suppliers in Dubbo or whatever come up. So Councillor Wyatt's right, yeah, it'd be lovely if we could get our information at the top, but that doesn't happen for the searches. The up-to-datedness of the information is critical, because I think from people I've spoken to, there's a lack of trust that if you go into the platform that you'll get the information you're seeking. So widen the breadth and get people to update their information may increase the use of the platform.
And I suppose the next question is there any other known platforms that are potentially more useful? I don't know of any, but
no, on speaking with other councils, they will have a bigger community development team, so they'll prepare their own directory. Certainly in the UK, it's sat within our library service. The library would produce a community directory each year.
Could I speak for that?
For the notice of motion or for the feedback?
For the notice of motion.
Yep.
Yeah. So I just sat here and I put into that community directory plumber, and it brought me to someone in Newcastle or Nelson Bay or somewhere like that. But that means that there's no local businesses listed on there. And ultimately, this is about local businesses being contacted for services and whatever they provide. It doesn't need to be a plumber. That's my trade. I can put that in there. But ultimately, if we communicate this well, we can broaden our business base or help businesses get more contact to customers, and that's for a limited cost to council, I would say. I think that's probably a good thing for the Valley. So yeah, I think it's got a definite advantage. I also put in community housing. I would just put in a doctor service. So there is the medical side of things. There's a few of those on there. Community housing hits right on the top of the list. So that the people that we're talking about in our the homeless people that we've talked about helping earlier in the year. So yeah, I think this is an absolute opportunity to improve what we have, to make it easier to access services. Time after time, you see people on social media looking for a service, and if we had a directive to put them to this, what would be wrong with that? That would be a step forward, I think, for this organisation. So yeah, I endorse this. I endorse this motion.
Councillor Matchett?
Mr. Medal, in your admin feedback, you mentioned that and you just mentioned before about potentially doing an in-house directory, but that would need to be outsourced in order to complete that function. Do you have an idea of what that cost would be as opposed to the $14,000 a year for the subscription for the current service?
Yeah, the feedback from the team is that it would cost around $5,000 a year to put together a community directory, but we just don't have the resources to do that in-house at the moment, which would be the ideal way of doing it.
Right, Councillor Pakes, Councillor Coburn, Councillor Saul.
Yeah, my question is this something that the business chamber might be interested in if we don't have the resources to do it? Is this something the business chamber might be likely to support and administer even for a nominal expense?
Interesting question. I don't think we could potentially put it to the business chamber, but there is the Macleay Valley Hub, which might want to take on that work. In terms of, I don't know what you want to do with that question, Mr. Metal.
I can speak with the chamber about it when I next get together with them. My feeling again is, who's the right host? And I think if I'm looking for community information, I might want to come to the council. If I'm looking for health information, I'd probably start with a health-related website. If I'm after business information, I might be drawn to something that was being run by the chamber. Is there one organisation that's the right catch-all for everyone?
If you look at the Macleay Valley Hub, they're pretty up to date, really. I don't know if anyone's seen their website, but they're a business, so I don't know if that's appropriate. Is there any other? It was Councillor Saul and then Councillor Coburn and Councillor Lawrence. Councillor Lawrence, I've called Councillor Saul first. Councillor Coburn, you no longer have a question. I love when this happens. I've like made a ruling, so you just have to go with what I've said.
We'll take a turn.
Councillor Saul.
Madam Mayor, I'll speak against. I think the CEO's commentary has laid it out quite clearly. To outline to spend $14,000 of ratepayers' money on a service that, really doesn't actually help our shire all that great. Madam Mayor, in this chamber, we were meant to be trying to find ways to save the ratepayers their dollars. But at times we seem to forget that and lash out on items. So, for good grace, I won't be supporting this. I think we should be using that money for a better use for our community. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Coburn, Councillor Lawrence, and then Councillor Wyatt. Councillor Wyatt, you have the right to reply.
Just in the commentary that the CEO gave us around the staff indicating a cost of around $5,000, I guess to me this speaks of two things. Potentially administrative trainees may have time to be able to assist with this. I know through my experience in health, we often use some of our trainees to gather information to assist managers in formulating these types of directories. It's not dealing with any private or personal information, so there could be an avenue there to look at another trainee, perhaps in that administration area. The other thing that it speaks to is artificial intelligence, and I hope that council will eventually sort of move into that space. This is a task that it could just pick up in 5 minutes and complete for us, and I guess that's something that maybe through the joint organisation, these sorts of tasks, as long as they don't involve any sort of financial numbers or anything along that vein, it really speaks to what artificial intelligence is capable of to assist in those data-heavy entry type projects. And that was just my comment on that. Thank you.
Councillor Lawrence.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Yeah, I just firstly want to commend, obviously, Councillor Wyatt for bringing this notice of motion to Chamber today. I think it is really important, this notice of motion. Myself working in the community sector over the years, having to rely on referring clients, and it did present very much challenges around this aspect. So having to rely on the people that you know or different services that you are aware of can become very challenging when you're supporting people in community. There is a booklet that we were utilising. I'm not sure who created it, but there was a booklet that was really handy that had a lot of information in it. Coming back to what Mr. Meadows said as well, and I think Councillor Saul was a bit confused with am I correct around the current community directory is 14,000 a year, is that right? Yes. And then you said that you were estimating the another, like if we went out to, well, you were going to talk to other councils, so that was an estimate of $5,000. That's correct?
Yeah, so if we withdraw from our subscription and do our own thing, then we will be able to do something for $5,000. It's not about the money in terms of us producing the document, because that will be a net saving. The issue is I don't have the resources to do what is a very manual process to go out and contact people, phone them, find out who the correct email is, and so on. So there's a lot of legwork to get to that point.
Would it be a good idea to go out to commission around that as well, given that we've mentioned a few different places, but obviously we can't ultimately make up our decision? Like, people need to come forward through a commissioning process, and that potentially might counteract the amount that we're paying for the community directory anyway. Do you know what I mean? Like, yeah, that's just my thoughts on that. But yeah, I commend the notice of motion. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion on this? Councillor Matchett?
Yeah, I certainly support the intent and initiative of this motion, but for all of the reasons that are outlined in Mr. Meadows' comments, as well as the significant issues that Councillor Wyatt has flagged with the existing platform within her motion, I don't think that this is the ultimate path forward. I certainly think it's a lovely idea, but I don't think that we're getting the service that we require. Some of those issues are identified, including the lack of usability and local suppliers getting lost amongst statewide providers, information being out of date, and our inability to control that information. I think the intent of it is good, but I don't think we're getting value for money, so I won't support it on those grounds. But thank you.
Councillor Bain?
Yeah, I'm in two minds about this one. I think if number 1 and 3 were to actually improve the usage of the community directory, that's something that we could be doing. That's a positive step. I understand with number 2 that we can't take on targeted engagement and recruitment because we don't own the platform. It's not that's us doing someone else's job by the sounds of it. Is a question: who operates the community directory? Who's the ultimate? Yeah.
So it's a company with their own website, My Community Directory, and it's an Australian-wide service. I'm just scrolling down to see if there's any count. So yeah, it's linked to the Community Information Exchange, but
so it's a private company that costs us $14,000 a year to subscribe to. In terms of what Councillor White has said, it is clunky and it's not effective, and the intent behind this notice of motion is to improve its effectiveness. But I believe I'm thinking, as it's a private company that we don't have any control over, I'm yet to be convinced, but possibly, and when Councillor White closes debate, I might get it, but at this point I don't get it.
Thank you. Councillor Peggs, you did have your microphone on, but you have already spoken in favour of this motion, so you will have to have a question.
I was going to, I'd like to put put to Councillor White if she'd accept it and move to allowing the CEO to undertake the activity of a budget saving to make the community directory happen, and one, be more effective, and two, be more connected. So instead of it being the My Community Directory, I would say that we allow the CEO to investigate the options available and re-divert the $14,000 to the $5,000 to administer it and negotiate with parties relevant.
Is that in addition to the 3 points or instead of? Because
That'd be instead of.
oh yeah,
Because it's all that refers to My Community Directory, and it'd have to be external of My Community Directory.
do you have a comment on that, Mr. Middle?
Just that I don't have the staffing resources. Whilst I can put together a directory for $5,000, that requires me to have someone who can physically do the work. So is finding the staff member. I think if you wish to have my advice on what Councillor White has put forward, I'm interpreting point 2 that she's looking for us to go out and use social media, our contact list, to raise awareness and ask people to update their information. So we can certainly do that. We've already moved the My Community Directory from hidden at the bottom of the page to one of the tiles at the top of the website, so it is more prominent. So if we run that campaign, and maybe we review it in a year's time as to whether it has improved its usership and whether the feedback is that the directory is meeting community needs. Because at the moment, I'm struggling to see that it is meeting community needs.
And one final question: when does that fall due? Is it financial year or calendar year? When is it due?
I'm not entirely sure of the exact subscription date. I would suspect financial year.
I was about to say it will likely be during the year at some point, at whatever date we originally signed up. If we signed up on the 10th of April, it'll pop up on the 10th of April more than likely. So we'd need to take that on notice when that is.
I think is there any further discussion on this, Councillor Lawrence?
I just had a question. I agree with Councillor Pakes in terms of the discussion points that we'd had around this notice of motion, and the points that are in there would be good to change, but obviously direction of the CEO, what he mentioned, I'm happy to go with that. But there was a point I was going to make and now I forgot.
Well, you can't speak to the motion again.
No, I didn't want to speak. I just had a question, sorry, to the CEO. Oh, that was it. Is there a chance of doing an analytics or something like, because you mentioned about like the community people that we use, there'd be something that they would capture. Is that right, in terms of who is utilising it or who's updated it in that time? Thanks.
I can ask the supplier. If this was our system, we'd be able to give you those analytics. I can ask the supplier whether they can supply us with Kempsey specific data.
Councillor Bain.
May I suggest an amendment, a point 4, that that this is reviewed in 12 months, and well, no, that's it. Just review it in 12 months and see if there's an improvement, and because of the actions that we take and we're getting better bang for our buck, then we continue it. Otherwise, we consider our options in a 12-month review.
Thank you, Councillor Bain. Do you accept that amendment, Councillor Wyatt? It's either yes or no.
I was going to put that, well, in the interest of the rest of you supporting it, yes.
All right. Well, you don't need a seconder, Councillor Bain. Would you like to speak to your amendment, Councillor Bain, or you think it speaks?
No, I think it speaks for itself.
I close debate.
Yes, you can.
You did say that I do have a right of reply. So to address the comments that have been raised, first up, the questions about the bigger issues around the cost of the directory and its adequacy. This is not a nom about expending money, because it's already being spent. This is an advocacy piece to improve what we have. The second the second point I'd like to address is that this was discussed with the CEO, and this was the points that was implied to me to put in that notice of motion. And the third piece is that if we didn't wish to proceed with the directory, then, and we already did this, is then you had three options. Is one, put an amendment up, which you've done, is that we don't approve the 14,000 in the OP, which we can still do, and that you bring a new notice of motion saying get out of the community directory. But this is an advocacy piece only. It's not part of the bigger picture at the moment. So as I said, this was a catalyst coming from 80 people attending, let's not around the community, the mental health hospital. That's what they wanted. This is highlighted a broader issue here, is that people struggle to find clear, accurate local service information. The directory isn't designed by us. It's not for us to decide how or what or whatever we should look for our information, and we really should park our own preferences and focus on the accessibility of people who rely on these services. If I was going to share my own experiences, I came here 8 months pregnant, couldn't find a doctor, so I rang my local federal MP who got me into a doctor. Let's not use our own experiences. People access the information. If we can provide better information for them, there it is. Secondly, I note that the comments of the organisation, you're not particularly impressed with the platform, and the other councils aren't user, and CEO mentioned that we've had discussions with other councils. So I did look at another model from Clarence Valley, and they have moved away from the shared platform already and have built their own directory. It looks pretty good to me, their directory, but this is not an option on the table today. This is an option about an advocacy piece, which I thought had broader support from the organisation, acknowledging that they're not happy with its clunkiness. What I'm proposing here is not costly. It's just about making better use of a tool that is already there, which is a clunky one at that. It doesn't create a new system. It doesn't provide a new financial burden. It just asks for better promotion and practical steps to ensure that directory is current, accessible, and actually used. And given that it might not be endorsed going forward, using that Mary analogy again, or at least we could provide feedback to the hosts saying we don't like it, it's clunky, or maybe even that if the other councils aren't considering it, maybe it's a piece that can go to the joint DMNCJO. If it's a broader piece there, maybe there's something they can do in that space. But until such time, at the moment, what this is asking to do is practical, low cost, high impact action that demonstrates, as Lindsay said yesterday, leadership and responsiveness to community feedback. So I do hope that you support this notice of motion, and I do hear your comments about the cost, but the cost is already spent. And we have two other options to get rid of that cost. We don't approve it in the OP. And I think the amendment here says it says review this in 12 months. Aren't we reviewing? That's not what we review this. What are we reviewing?
Review membership in 12 months. Is that what it should say?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Yeah, subscription.
Yeah.
Can we change that to subscription? Is that all? Is that okay? I know that's a bit out of order, but if I think that for the point of clarity.
Yeah, we review council's subscription and hosting that platform of the My Community Directory. Yeah.
Yeah.
Full stop.
Are you happy for that to be the, yep. I'll now take a vote. Sorry. So much has happened today. I forget how to do this. It's just completely. Is there any dissent? There is one dissenting. We now move to item 12.4, notice of motion, development and implementation of child safe standards policy, moved by Councillor Lawrence. Do you have a seconder? Seconded, Councillor Coburn. Councillor Lawrence, would you like to open debate?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Today I speak in strong support of my notice of motion calling for the development and implementation of the comprehensive child safe standards policy for the Kempsey Shire Council. This is not a symbolic action. It is necessary and overdue step to ensure our organisation meets its legal obligations, community expectations and moral responsibility to protect children and young people. Local government may not always be seen as a child-facing sector, but the reality is that young people and children interact with council more than many realise. Through our libraries, community programs, recreation activities, public events, and the countless school and youth engagements councillors and staff attend. Every one of these interactions carry a duty of care. The New South Wales Local Government, Office of Local Government and the Office of Children's Guardian both make it clear that councils must work towards becoming child-safe organisations. This means adopting the 10 child-safe standards, embedding cultural safety, clarifying where working with children's checks are either voluntary or mandatory, and ensuring our staff and councillors are trained and supported to identify, report and prevent harm. This is not about creating unnecessary red tape. It is about creating clarity, consistency and protection for our children in our community and for our organisation. A clear policy and framework will give staff confidence, provide councillors with guidance and help ensure that every child who interacts with council does so safely and respectfully. In my roles over the years across the social service sector and as a community member, I have seen firsthand what can happen when systems fail to protect children. I have also seen the incredible outcomes that occur when organisations commit to best practice and child-safe cultures. This is our opportunity to demonstrate leadership, to align to statewide reforms and to show our community that child safety is not optional. It is foundational. Councillors, you heard from the speaker last night that this will give the community transparency, trust and accountability. I thank our CEO, Mr. Medal, for supporting this notice of motion. I commend this notice of motion to my fellow councillors and look forward to the development of a policy that is practical, strong and deeply rooted in our responsibility to care. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any discussion on this? Councillor Saul?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just a question to clarify, please. To the CEO, how would this be funded? If it is for councillors and obviously senior staff and all staff, do we have a budget for this or do we have to dive into general funds?
No, there is no budget for it, but the final final point in this asks for me to bring the budget implications back to council prior to formal adoption.
Thank you.
Councillor Bain.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to speak strongly in favour of this, having had experience as a working in social services, but also as you know, the majority of my career has been as an educator and a school principal in the past. We do have a duty of care, and maybe I can throw a question in here. I'm quite happy for that to be part of my 5 minutes. Do our library staff, for example, have working with children checks?
So in terms of staff within the organisation, we went through a risk-based assessment some years ago to identify roles that are child-facing, and all of the staff who are involved in those roles have the requirement for a working with children check as part of their PDs. So I'm happy that the staff who have regular planned contact with children all have working with children checks. The area where it becomes grey for me is that test of proportionality around what level of engagement are we expecting staff, volunteers, committee members and councillors to necessitate the need for a working with children check, which will come at a cost to council because none of those employed roles are eligible for the volunteer charge or no charge element.
Yeah, thank you for that, Mr. Medal. Yeah, and I'm aware that when we're talking about voluntary or mandatory, it's more about voluntary or paid. So if I'm to apply for a working with children check in my capacity as a volunteer at a sports club, for example, then there's no cost. If I'm as a school teacher or a principal, absolutely it's part of my job, and In my experience, people have paid for that individually and claimed it on their tax. It's not necessarily an expense to the organisation, although that may be different within council. I think in terms of developing a policy, those standards, as Ms. Malcolm pointed out last night, there are model template policies that could be adapted. It's not like we're starting from square one. And I think it is about risk and responsibility. I know risk is more the vulnerability of council to potential litigation or so, but the responsibility part is saying we need to protect children and we need to be models. Now, as elected councillors, we have a certain, may not be apparent, but we do have a certain level of respect and responsibility within the community, a level of authority, not quite the same level of authority as a priest, for example, but we do have, the community's placed a significant amount of trust in us, and I think taking that step to working with children check. I have always had and will always maintain my working with children check. But that's my personal choice. I would never expect anyone else to be paying for that. I'm happy to pay for that and claim that as a tax deduction or a work-related expense. I absolutely believe that the Child Safe Standards policy is a really important piece in the puzzle of any organisation. Marangu, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bain. Councillor Coburn.
I have a question, if that's okay. This is to the CEO. I guess the thing that sort of jumps out at me is our current HR policy. And I imagine there is some structure around that in regard to the requirements of staff. Does that overarching policy, is that how you link it through to the position descriptions where you say, well, working with children check is mandatory? It's one of the essential qualifications, if you like. Is that already embedded within a HR policy, or is this part of the process to review that?
So it would be part of the process to review that. We've been through this risk-based analysis to find which roles. So those roles have it as an essential requirement for the role. It's not discretionary. So that is how I think we've managed it. We need to have another look at that if this is what's coming in, because this will dramatically change how we're expected to make decisions and so on, because there's a whole range of going out to consult children on things that are happening. So I'm interested as to how that will play out in the chamber, where you are the decision makers, and we've got to work out how we can get children's voices involved in here. So significant change needed across the organisation to develop and embed this.
Councillor White.
I have two questions. Just a confirmation for the I do have a working with children's check, but I can't remember. For the purposes of a child, is it someone under 18, or is it not? Is it under 18?
Under 18.
Yeah, right. Copy that. Okay, so then my second part of the question that is then, if councillors get the working with children check, is the intent that it be supplied to council organisation, and that any councillors without a working with children check are not invited to attend events where there are children, or would it be self-regulating? I guess that's for Councillor Lawrence. Sorry.
I think for context as well, sometimes it's the schools themselves that ask for the working with children check. Generally, if you're going to an assembly, you don't have the ability to actually form a relationship with a student on any meaningful level, and that's why working with children check is there. So if you have ongoing contact with someone under 18, you have the ability to form a relationship with them, and then that's why these working with children checks are there. They're not necessarily for the one-off incidentals. They're if you're in a position to groom or to do anything with a child, that is the protection that it's offering. So I guess that's one of the things in consideration for this policy, is if it's rolling out across the entire organisation, are we putting an impost on council staff who do people operating mowers out in the community have to have a working with children check just because a child might incidentally be there? So that's some of the things for consideration. And I'm not, I have a working with children check. By the sounds of it, most of us do, and I have a paid one because it is an important thing to do. But I think from a strategic level, I'm not denying the importance of children, but it's the resourcing, and we've got to consider how that's going to play out for the organisation. Does that help? Councillor Saul and Councillor Pakes.
Well, thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, I agree with your sentiments. In fact, I have one, but mine's expired now, has run out. I think it's 3 to 5 years. Is that correct? It lasts.
I think it's 4.
Well, anyway, I've checked and it has expired. I must get a new one. But the point is, we've got to be careful. We have a policy, and sometimes it can really make work a rod for our own back. For example, my thoughts were the roadworks gang outside of school. Would they need a children check? You see, it does seem to be very encompassing and sometimes draconian. We've got to be careful. We don't make it harder and more expensive for our staff and our council.
Councillor Pakes.
Yeah, question to the CEO. Has ARIC considered this at any stage, and has there been any reports put to council previously?
I'm not aware of this being considered by ARIC. In my brief time here, I'll ask if any of my colleagues have any recollection of that.
I think it would have been flagged with them as a legislative change at the time that it came in. Certainly would have formed part of the GM's update at the time, because there was quite a great deal of activity around the time that this the child safe standards were applied to councils. And as outlined in the report, or sorry, in the, did we put a comment on it? Sorry, in the comment, OLG and the Office of the Children's Guardian undertook reasonably deep and detailed engagement with councils on how to implement this within councils at the time. So it was very topical at the time of implementation.
And I suppose my question from that is why are we at the current state and not at a more advanced level, which is what is in this motion?
So I suppose from my perspective, I've been surprised at what Councillor Lawrence has shown me in terms of information and the position of the Office of the Children's Guardian. My learned experience was that incidental contact, as I would define it, did not require a working with children check. The definition of incidental is probably much stricter in New South Wales. So any planned contact, it looks like, is no longer considered incidental. So if you're going to a school, if you're going to the cricket club to present the end of year things, they're planned events. Seeing a kid outside a school probably isn't, because you hadn't planned to be there with the mower at that time. So there's just some grey areas. So from that perspective, going through this process will help us understand what the grey areas are, what the resources are, where the gaps are, and then help us manage the risk.
Is there any more discussion on this? Councillor Lawrence, would you like to close debate?
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Thank you to my fellow councillors for your input and debate on this. I feel like it, as mentioned around some of the discussions with the child safe standards and the OLG doing when it rolled out with the 10 safe standards, not just councils that were involved in that process, but there was a number of other organisations that were involved in that, as well as even sporting clubs. So I volunteered in a sporting club as well, and I had to have my work with children's check, as well as in other workplaces and stuff. So I think, from what the speaker spoke about last night as well, I think we need to take into account all of these things. And then it clearly outlines that, the CEO will receive a report outlining the stuff, in the draft as a draft policy, and there is draft policies available for council to take on board. It's not recreating something, and then we can adapt it to what we want at the end of the day in terms of a policy and framework for us at a local level. So yeah, and that's obviously before final adoption. So I think this is really important, given that we do work closely with children and young people, and as Councillor Paik said, you know, why hasn't this been adopted when it was rolled out with the 10 safe standards with the OLG, as Mr. Thorogood mentioned. So yeah, I commend this notice of motion to my fellow councillors, and I hope that we can move on this in a positive way and have awareness and training, and yeah, I thank you.
Right, is there any dissent? There is no dissent. We now move to item 12.5, notice of motion, Mid-North Coast Joint Organisation. Councillor Bain moving. Does he have a seconder? Councillor Wyatt. Councillor Bain, would you like to open debate?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to start from the point that I absolutely support the operations of the Mid-North Coast Joint Organisation. I think there are tremendous benefits in the collaboration we have with member councils and with the economies of scale that it provides us. Just for a bit of context, some of the key projects of the JO are disaster risk management and response, and I note, you know, the recent opening of the Hobart, the bridge in Bellingen Shire. The Country Bridges program was supported widely through the collaboration of the JO. The JONSA, the Joint Organisation Net Zero Accelerator program, received an Excellence Award in December last year for the fantastic work that it's done in reducing emissions and saving councils money. Our council has saved a significant amount of money through being involved in the power partnership, locking our power bills in for 7 years, having EV solar panels on the roofs, replacing the LED lights, replacing street lights with LED to save money and emissions, and being leaders in the electric vehicle space. Another project of the JO is the Community Lands Trust, about looking at different ways that we can provide affordable housing and a different model of housing for communities. The sim table, I'm not sure how many of you have had an opportunity to have a play on a sim table. I've played with them around flood management and also fires. So the sim table is a resource that the JO has that we can all have access to model parameters of what might happen in a flood emergency or a fire emergency. It's effectively an overhead projector on a sand tray, and you can play with all sorts of different parameters, and it's an amazing experience. The koala strategy is based on the koala connection, is also a Mid-North Coast Joint Organisation. Achievement. So we've got all of these achievements, but we've got a charter which is kind of out of date. The charter identifies 3 councils, Port Macquarie, Kempsey and Bellingen, as being part. We've now got 4 full council members and 1 associate. Clarence is still in the process of deciding whether they'll join. Nambucca has got some debate around whether it's going to join or not, and that was I'll speak to that shortly. So one of the keys where we can take advantage of the economies of scale is in the waste management, where we work across the region to get those economies. JO priorities for 25 to 29 came out recently, and these around successful collaboration, improving partnerships, including community living and well-being, which includes advocating for better health services, housing, addressing the impacts of climate change, housing and population growth, economic development, and protecting our natural assets. There are a lot of areas where the JO is doing fantastic work, but these things are not reflected in the current chart. I believe these are not reflected in the current charter. One of the issues in the JO priorities was 1.1.4, clear communication and reporting channels to member councils. Now, I believe that we don't have those clear reporting channels, and that's why we need to review the current charter. For a little bit of background, I've spoken with councillors from Clarence, Bellingen and Buckerport Macquarie, Kempsey obviously, and there is a certain level of concern around a lack of transparency in the way JOs operate, that there is confidential matters being dealt with in the JO that elected members of member bodies don't have access to, and I have a concern with that. I'm trusted with confidential information in the terms of this council as a councillor, and that's respecting my integrity, but there are issues within the JO which are not available to all councillors who are members of the elected body. I think we need to address that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bain. Is there any discussion on this?
A question, Madam Mayor.
Yes, Councillor Saul.
Madam Mayor, can you make comment, please? You're part of the organisation. What do you think about this proposed motion, please?
Thank you, Councillor Saul. From my knowledge, the charter wasn't actually updated and hasn't been updated since 2018, which is almost 10 years ago. So to my knowledge, with COFs coming on board, that's actually triggered the charter to be updated anyway, because there's new members, so that needs to update. So I don't have an issue with this motion at all. I think it's timely, but that charter will be updated anyway due to the fact that, yeah, as I said, COFs has come on board and Clarence is an associate member.
Thank you.
Councillor Coburn and then Councillor Wyatt.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think what this speaks to is actually the genuine interest that local councillors have in all things to do with council. I think all of us are supportive of the joint organisation intuitively for what it does, because it does give us a much broader and larger population size and geographical size, which certainly gives us more weight in negotiations around procurement, around many of the interesting things that are constantly evolving. I know we only get a yearly report back, which is retrospective. And for me personally, when I go on, I always look at things online. I jump on, I can see all the previous reports, I can see pretty much all the detail. But I think it really stems from a genuine interest from us to make sure that we can be effective in helping the Mayor and the CEO with ideas, with input. I know when we can attend the JO meetings by request to observe only, which I guess would be an interesting process, but I believe many of us have very different viewpoints. We have very different pet projects. We spend time investigating different things. I see all of us really as assets for the JO. And I think it's about that, the length of time and not really being fully abreast of what the activities the JO is actually investing in, so that we can just be updated and know what's happening and be able to give you some input or ideas that might help in that process.
Thank you, Councillor Coburn. Councillor White.
Yes, please. I want to speak for the motion, please. So I applaud Councillor Bain for bringing this, and I think it needs, I mean, in September 2025, I drafted a NOM which went no further because I agree. I thought that it needs greater transparency around its informed and values-based decision making. So I wrote a NOM to ensure that Kempsey Shire maximises the value of the MMCGO, our membership, by improving the transparency, strengthening oversight of programs, clarifying benefits to the community, enable meaningful input into planning, and exploring enhanced representation of Lake Councillor right across the region. I had recommendations that we receive an annual briefing, which has actually been delivered. Second recommendation was that council, like us, we determine the membership and the contributions as part of our delivery and operation plan, which is legally unlawful. So that's set and can't be changed. Although I'm a bit red flaggish, maybe pink flag rather than complete red flag, that once we're a part of that membership, there is no provision in the Act that you can leave unless you may or may not go to the minister. So pink flaggish, not red flag. And that's the other part of my is we have input into strategic planning, which has been provided for us, and the final part of the nom that I was going to put up, which went no further, is that we consider amending the charter to include a broader councillor representation. I mean, not every single one, but maybe a couple from right across the board, like the region. So, I mean, I agree, as Councillor Bain has pointed out, it does deliver some really good outcomes and significant grant funding for member councils, but I just would like to see greater transparency, accountability, and a bit more councillor oversight. I think there should be greater opportunities for councils to have input, and I think broadening out that representation through amending the charter would be a good thing. And I think these will give councillors and the community a clearer understanding and the value of the membership, and ensure that our decisions are informed to our ongoing commitment.
Thank you. Councillor Pakes.
Yeah, I tend to agree with both Councillor Coburn and Councillor White's sentiment around using the skills and experience of councillors as an asset for the community of the JO. Now, right across, basically the JO is representing people's hopes and aspirations and what government can deliver for those communities. And I absolutely agree that a broader spectrum of the leadership that goes into that is a good thing. It's a different perspective. I'd probably ask, just midway through speaking for this, I'd probably ask the CEO if he sees any opportunity to change, develop, or grow that situation. You've been to 2 JO meetings, is that right, Mr. Metal?
3 now, plus the General Manager's Advisory Committee. This is a perpetual challenge for JOs. They're set up, they communicate well with chief execs and mayors. It's much harder for them to engage with all the other elected members and for staff throughout the organisation unless there are structures in place. The challenge you've got here is you have one part-time executive officer for the JO, and so the ability to engage effectively across member councils is hindered by that fact, I think, and that then undermines all the good things that councillors are talking about could be achieved, because it's hard to convince you that we should be putting more into the JO so it could extend its reach further and do more and attract more grant funding, because there's that lack of trust because you're not engaged well by the JO.
So structurally, I'm probably considering that an agenda is published and discussed at council level, and then each mayor has the council's position on the specific items discussed, and they go to the JO and discuss that as the elected members have put to the mayor. That seems like a reasoned and democratic way of making discussion. I don't know. I'm opening.
Yeah, so that's certainly not normally the case. The mayor is the council spokesperson and has to make decisions on the hoof, in effect, because we don't have the agenda yet for their next meeting on the 6th of March, where I have a letter waiting to go today to them to request this item be on there. But in terms of logistics, we won't find out until a week beforehand what's on the agenda for that meeting. So there's no opportunity for this council to come together formally to influence what's on that agenda or our response to it.
Can I just speak there briefly just to the statutory structure of the JO, because I hear sometimes probably a little bit of a misconception that a JO is like a committee of member councils. So a joint organisation is a separate statutory body which is formed under the Local Government Act that is independent of its member councils, and the Mayor is given a statutory office as a board member of that JO by the Act, but it is not, other than it is because they're the Mayor, it's a statutory role. So councils can't actually fetter the discretion of the Mayor through resolution or so on, because it is a statutory role, a statutory duty. So they cannot be bound in the way they form that. So it's not as if the, like I said, acts on the resolutions of its member councils. It is a separate statutory body.
Can I ask a question?
Oh,
sorry.
Do you mind if I get going?
Sorry.
Do you mind if I get going? Yeah, so I probably then I speak about representing our community and resolve this valley, and with a single input, I do question whether and I see the reason why this motion's been put is to try to broaden transparency, and it may only be just a technical opening of information to councillors and to the elected members. That might be enough to be more transparent in regards to what's occurring, and that's probably a big step forward. To me, it is a bit of a red flag that we don't have agendas. You know, a little bit more. We don't see agenda. You guys see
Just to
agendas.
stop you there, Councillor Pakes, because you're not actually asking a question right now, you're actually making a leading statement. You can access all the JO agendas on the JO website. You can actually attend to the meeting as a councillor, not by request. You're able to attend that meeting as a public gallery member, as we have public gallery members here. I'm happy for whenever I get the agenda for Wendy to send that out to all councillors, so you can make comment, you can let me know. That hasn't previously been done before, but I have no qualms with that. And just in terms of we are all here to make the best representations for our community, and in terms of the strategic intent of the JO, they have what's called an strategic regional, statement of regional strategic priorities. And I don't personally put into that statement of priorities. It's informed by our councillor community strategic plan. So I don't say what's in or out. It's informed by our community, and then we resolve that as a JO. So that's why if you actually look through that document, it's got it all across there. So within our statutory, within our governance obligations as a board, we can only act on what's in that within that strategic plan, unless we change the strategy. But I haven't seen the want for that. So I hope that clears up some of your concerns there.
Yeah, which sort of makes me wonder why the meeting agendas aren't more forthcoming. If
I think it's just as I said, it's only 3 days a week that the executive officer works, but we can put in place from our administrative actions for Wendy to send that out to all councillors, and you're able to read that already. It's not private information, those agendas. They're just not widely circulated. But if you want things circulated, I can work through that with Wendy. Councillor Coburn.
Just a question. I think this will be to you, Madam Mayor. I remember we had the opportunity to have some input into something that came up for review by the JO. Will that be a similar opportunity when they review the charter, that there will be an opportunity to have a look at that before it's actually ratified by the JOs?
That's what the NOM is seeking.
Oh.
Yep. So that'll get sent around.
Terrific. Thank you.
And in the spirit of, even if it wasn't, I would imagine that the draft would go to an agenda, and I would send that agenda out to you as we've just discussed, so you would have an opportunity to comment on it. Is there any further discussion on this? All right. Well, Councillor Bain, would you like to close debate?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. just to reiterate that one of the JO priorities is around clear communication and reporting channels to member councils, and it refers to us as member councils. So I take the point that it's a different statutory body. However, we are member councils. We pay a subscription annually, just for clarity there. Again, the difference between what Councillor Pakes was talking about was councillors being involved in the decision-making process. What I'm actually asking for here is more of the transparency in the reporting process, so that we are. I mean, you can look at the meeting online, you can read the minutes online, but there's things in there which I would welcome the opportunity to, even in confidential session, ask questions about. A further concern that's been indicated to me, not only from Nambucca but from other councils, is that the JO is kind of an amalgamation of councils by stealth. I personally don't agree with that, but it is a perception that's out there in the community. In terms of this notice of motion, asking that there's a review, which I believe is already underway. I wasn't aware of that. And that we have an opportunity to have input into the review of a draft charter. I believe that's my responsibility underneath the Local Government Act, our responsibility underneath the Local Government Act, which requires us, as it says in the notice of motion, that we have the responsibility to make considered and well-informed decisions as a member of the governing body. Without intention, we cannot make well-informed decisions. We have a responsibility to uphold and represent accuracy the policies and decisions of the governing body. We can't uphold and represent accuracy policies of the JO if we're not informed about what's going on, and we are accountable to our local communities. So I ask my colleagues to support this notice of motion in terms of transparency and giving us the tools we need to meet our legislative requirements. Thank you.
Hear, Councillor Bain. We should all be able to have input into conversations and not just do them privately. I'll now put the motion. Is there any dissent? There is only one dissenting. That actually concludes our business for today on today's agenda. Thank you, councillors, for your contributions under the new code. And thank you for staff and all those in attendance and those watching online. I now declare the meeting closed at 1:10 p.m.